Um, but hello, welcome to A Tale of Curse of Strahd. This is my little home project that I've been working with Jester, where this is set in the world of Ulstea, where Barovia used to live on the prime material plane, and then it got scooped up by the mist somehow. And you guys are all in it. I finally call this story Curse of Strahd the Darkest Faerie after my favorite game growing up as a kid, and because there's a little bit of a fairy tale twist to it. There's a lot of homebrew in it. If you know anything about Raw Curse of Strahd, throw that out the window. We're not using it anymore. In fact, it's all changed. It's a little bit fairy tale leaning, a little bit of gothic horror, and a lot of pretty ladies to smooch. And men. So go fuck around and find out. But yeah, this is not your typical tale of Curse of Strahd. This one's just got a little bit more of a fairy tale spin to it. I'm going to be your beloved host for the evening through our tale of horror, guided by my cast, who I lovingly call the Broads, through our story and time together. And as we know it, I like to have my Broads introduce each other into the group, to the audience, and to YouTube itself. So who wants to go first and say hello?
I can go first.
Damn. Okay.
Hi, my name is the Paladin Bell, otherwise known as Bell. I stream the other game that we were doing on Performance Check, Tragedy and Triumph in the Shattered Isles. I am playing Allegra de Lamont this evening. Now Oath of Devotion Paladin, who finally got her wings back and is so petty to Ludmilla. And then Jess, if you want to go next.
Hi, I'm Jester Void. You can call me either or. I go by he, him, or its pronouns. Tonight I am playing. Tonight I'm playing Lottie. Well, my brain's really turned off today. Wizard, warlock, wizard, reborn Eladrin. Here for a good time. And to ask so many questions. I chuck the microphone.
I suppose I jump up and catch the microphone because the target was not specified.
It really felt like you were trying to tee up somebody, and then nothing happened.
I catch the microphone. Hi, I'm Lynx. You can find me as Corklynx on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you socialize your medias. I am fine with any pronouns, and tonight I will be playing RA, our polite and reserved, soft-spoken half-elf, rogue/ranger, who's got problems and can turn into a boyd. So much fun. It's going to be a very interesting evening. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to gently hand the mic, because we respect sound equipment here, to Creepy.
Hi, I'm Creepy. I will be playing Elizabeth Porcelain. You cannot find me anywhere. No, thank you. Beth is just very happy to be involved and will be spending a lot of good time with our next person, her cousin, Katerina.
Hello. My name is Celeste, otherwise known as Softy Sage, otherwise known as Sage the Softkeepess. You can also find me here on Twitch and on Twitter and Blue Sky, but I'm not super active on those platforms. And I am playing Katerina Durst Wachter, the character who looks like she should be incredibly edgy, but is actually a really down-to-earth sweetheart who derives her magic from her connections to her friends. But she can still be a bitch to people who deserve it.
That's so valid of her.
Honestly, it is.
Interesting that nobody said they could be found on TikTok, because they cannot, starting next week.
Oh, yay. So anyways, Redbubble?
It's not confirmed yet. We've still got like a couple days for them to decide what they're doing.
I also never remembered to post TikToks anyways, so like...
You can still be found there. That's okay, just download a VPN, you'll be fine. You'll be good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Actually,
No, no, no.
Actually, no, a VPN won't work because TikTok revealed that they are deleting all of the files related to US SIM cards and phone numbers. So if you have a SIM card from the US or a phone number from the US, they are just gutting your account straight up.
Great.
What if it's not connected to my phone number?
If your SIM card is from the US, that still matters. But if you have an international SIM card and an international number, you can still use TikTok.
I guess we'll
Neat.
find out.
And we'll find out. We'll figure out on the next time we're here if we fucked up or if we spoke the truth or not. Who knows? Hi, I am your dungeon master. I am Poppy and/or Abby. You can find me on all forums of social media with A Petite Poppy, or Un Petite. No, wrong one. That's a really old one. Or A Petite Fae. One of those two. You'll find me there. I am there, doing things.
You are
there. I'm your trickster little Fae, who is gonna be your hostess for the evening, who is entertaining these little puppeteers of our characters and putting them into a little fun little story where they're going to a ball and having a 10-course dinner and nothing bad will ever happen. Right? The notes didn't say anything bad happened last session. Right, note taker?
Would you like me to go over the 6 pages of notes I took on last session?
Jesus.
If you want. If you so desire.
We are at page 102 on the notes, you guys.
Yay!
You should get like a. Can you give us an abridged notes?
Yes. I reviewed it before session so that way I can skim over the less important bits.
The real abridge is y'all ate dinner.
Yeah, it's short
Perfect.
version, we ate dinner at the end. Slightly longer version. Here's what happened last time on Curse of Strahd, the Darkest Faerie.
Curse of Strahd.
Shut up.
Cars of Strahd.
Strahd, but in the Cars universe.
I
Anyway,
was about to say that.
To start off last session, we had a little bit of a flashback conversation to the previous morning, where Allegra and Beth had a little chat right after Allegra woke up from recovering her wings after changing her oath and talking with her dad. She was a little out of it, understandably so. Beth let the cat out of the bag about Ari buying Allegra new clothes that could fit her wings, so wow, thanks, Beth. Okay, let's see. They talked about Toilet a little bit. They talked about Allegra's sister. They talked a little bit about Allegra's oath and how it changed and why and how it was about RA and that was... They also talked about murder a lot. So a very interesting conversation overall. Let's see. Yeah, okay, yeah, and then they talked more about murder. They talked about the traps Beth put up and acid pits and dissolving people in acid. What fun. Anyway, that was the end of that conversation. Circle back to the ball that we are all currently at, or going to be at. Precursor to the ball, we're at dinner right now. But it is the day of ending, the last day of the year, and we are celebrating the end of one chapter and the beginning of the next one. It's a very fancy castle that we're all in. There's a fancy dude named Rahadin playing the organ as we eat our openers? No. Hors d'oeuvres? No. Appetizers. I believe that's the word I was looking for. But before we got down to eating food, we entered the dining hall to find packages at each of our respective assigned seats. Which isn't weird. No one looks askance at a gift from the vampire overlord of the land. Anyway, so brief recap of the gifts. Allegra found her hammer again that she accidentally left in the castle before. It's her mother's hammer, and it was enhanced with magic and spells and stuff, so it's very fancy and pretty and cool now. Lottie found the Deck of Wonders, which is kind of like the Deck of Many Things, except not as catastrophic, I don't think. Fingers crossed, at least. Cat opened a fancy box and found the thigh bone of Saint Markovia. If you guys know anything about Strahd, you know that's kind of a big deal. And the residents of Barovia expressed what a big deal that was to the people who are not from Barovia. So that was an interesting conversation because this guy was like kind of a big deal. And having his thigh bone in the House of Strahd, a vampire, also a big deal. Ismark got a fancy little capelet, a mantle. It's called the Grand Wolf's Hide. That's definitely not a dig or a hinting at Strahd knowing anything. What? Irina got an ornate rapier too, so that's fun. I did not write, I don't think, what Beth got actually.
She doesn't trust this shit, so she has not opened it.
Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. And Ra opened hers while no one was looking and then slipped it immediately into the bag of holding that Kat got for her as a birthday present because it's also Ari's birthday. Anyway, so after we all received our gifts, shenanigans occurred. Lottie decided to draw like 3 cards from her new deck. And the conversation about the thigh bone of St. Markovia occurred, so which was great. A couple of silly little shenanigans occurred, no big deal. Let's see, and then we got our first course. That's the word I was looking for. We got our first course. This is very important information. They were brie and pear finger sandwiches with marinated stuffed olives and truffle mushroom tartlets. Just so you know. And then he brought in soup and two and stuff. It was very fancy. A lot of conversations occurred. And eventually, after the first 2 courses, the brides of Strahd were introduced and entered the room. Anastasia, Volenta, Escher, and Ludmilla. And then one more person that I didn't write down their name. One of them. We'll find out. Okay. However, the Lord of the Land had not entered yet. Was going to be a little bit late because they had to grab something or do something. Anyway. Leaf? I don't know. Anyway. So, let's see. All of the brides took their respective seats, and there was more conversation that occurred. Escher was enamored with Lottie and her artistic talent. Let's see. What else happened? Escher talked about Legger's wings.
My brain processed autistic talent.
You know what? ¿Por qué no los dos? Anyway.
Also, before like everyone got in there, at some point Irina and I pissed off the guy at the piano, which turned out to be fucking raw-hearted.
I pissed him off too, yeah.
I count that under shenanigans, which occurred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Important to note, however, R.A. finally spotted the mysterious flower that's been haunting the party, mostly Beth. Because Beth had put some in Irina's hair. And R.A. spotted it with a good roll, so... Anyway, continuation of small talk. R.A. talked with Ludmilla about druid stuff. That's like a normal conversation, right? It's so normal. Also, be wary of the acidic violets and carnivorous plants in the garden. Ha 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 ha. That's so normal. Talk about baby wolves and how cute they are, to Lottie at least. It's all a little bit tense. Those are the vibes. Ludmilla seems wary of Allegra, and is trying to not have a little outburst. You know, because there's a bit of history there, some drama. Anyway, there was a brief conversation after the talks about druids, about the difference between hedge mages and witches. And Kat explained that witchcraft, which taps into primeval magic and ley lines, is different than what hedge mages do because they take the principles of witchcraft and use them incorrectly. They like take the power from other places, or maybe not incorrectly, but differently. It's different. So that's interesting and good to know. So that's definitely not something that Ari is going to have to keep in mind for the future for backstory reasons. Let's see. What else? More talking about plants. Allegra wants to plant pretty plants in the valley. Talking about dancing. Because this is a ball after all. Continuation of the tension between Allegra and Ludmilla. Ludmilla expressed interest in tossing Allegra around during the dance, and Allegra was like, "Bitch, I can fly. I'm gonna toss you around." So that's great. And then Anastasia announced that the Lord of the Land, Strahd himself, would like to give us all titles to thank us for saving Barovia. Like as a gesture of goodwill, you know.
New York.
Yeah, exactly. And the title would be Ward of the Village of Barovia, and Ismark was taken very off guard, but Ismark would be the one to decide what responsibilities and benefits that would have, if any. And Ismark was like, I am so glad you talked about this in advance with me and have not put me on the spot. Thank you for that. He's lying. He was very much put on the spot and was not having a fun time. Ultimately, in the end, it was decided it wouldn't be announced if we get those titles at all or anything at the ball in the evening, because Ismark was like, what the fuck? And the party was like, what the fuck? So everyone's kind of like, do we want to do this? Do we want people to know whether we're doing this? So the vibes are just kind of, let's keep it on the DL. Oh, salad time. Surprise. Stralad. It's a boring ass salad. Shame on you, Strahd. Just romaine in vinaigrette. Not even like a Caesar. No croutons. Tragic. Anyway, the salad came with a note for everyone. Everyone's salad came with a secret salad. And everyone got a little tidbit of information, which for some of them, it was fine. Ismark and Irina's were stressful. Allegra's seemed to make her feel resigned to its contents. Kat's gave her sort of a direction to go when we returned to Vallaki. And RA's made them take major stress and stand up almost as if to leave. However, then they thought better of it. They thought better of it this time, you guys. No jumping out the window this time. Yet. So that's fun. We love major stress. Ahaha. And that is where we ended last session. Just getting some notes and Strahd walking in. Uh-huh.
I'm impressed. I didn't think you would do it concisely.
I did my best.
Yep, everyone got their little secret notes. Do I remember what each secret entails? No.
Mine was definitely book related.
I remember what Ari's is. And then I remember
I know mine.
the one I can't remember is
Mine-
Allegra's.
I was about to say, I need a refresher as to what mine was.
Would you like me to tell what it is or put it in the chat?
You can tell what it is.
Okay. Basically, it just said, hey, kill your dad.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Fair enough.
Like, not in
Allegra was
that
already gonna
phrasing,
do it.
but that was the
Oh,
vibe.
right, I found it. Here, let me put it for you, Belle.
I can't believe mine was the nicest one out of all of them.
Wild.
Mine was pretty nice.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty nice. And the others were just like a
Helpful.
warning.
Uh-huh.
But Strahd's doing a good deed by warning you guys and giving you advice, because that's what a good lord of the land would want to do to their honored guest. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But yeah, thank you, Links, for the recap. You get a point of inspiration. You have so many to juggle around. Use them sparingly.
I got 3.
Yay. Today's episode is I can't remember what Roman numerals are we on.
We are on episode 19.
Yes, thank you. We are on episode 19, and this is the proposal. Someone's getting married. They're not.
It's all of us. We're
All of
getting
you are
married.
getting
To Strahd.
married. To Strahd, yep. And then we end Curse of Strahd, because I guess the curse is marriage? And that leaves a weird story to tell, but, you know, here we are.
6 more brides?
Yeah, you know. Nothing bad ever comes from that. I'm gonna put you guys back on the
No.
dinner with the devil.
Hey, we're back here again.
You're back here in the cathedral.
Back, fucking
Back in the
building
building
again.
again.
Yep, there
Fine.
you go. Sorry guys, you're back in the building. Strahd walks in nonchalantly. I think I stated that they enter the room, and then the next moment blink over and they're in their seat. To the Barovians, mostly to the nobility kind of knows that Strahd is very gender fluid and presenting and just kind of goes with the flow. But when it comes to actual formal engagements and what have you, Strahd usually presents masculine. And in this moment, they are in their very what's the word I'm thinking of?
Androgynous, feminine, masculine.
Comfortable form?
Cozy.
Relaxed, cozy guys. Yeah. My brain's slow today, guys. Hello. But the Mrs.
Mood.
Strahd is at the end of the table. Kind of watches as you guys all read your like little secret notes on your secret salads.
Yay! Secret salads.
Yeah, and then raises a glass raises a glass up in the air that is filled with what you could assume is the red life juice that we all know very well, and holds it aloft to everyone else. I think we announced you guys all sat, like you rose and then you sat back down. So she is proposing a toast in the sense where you'll see the brides kind of copy her holding up their own glass. And she smiles and goes, "Thank you all for accepting my invitation this time. I hope the previous courses suit you very well."
I think
Crickets.
Oh, I didn't know this
I'm
was
a
an expected
little-
response. I just
Nope.
thought she was talking.
I
Nope.
will say it's a little bit discourteous of you to not arrive until halfway through the meal. I've been standing for quite a while.
You could have sat at any time, sweetheart.
That's not polite.
And I appreciate your honesty. You were saying something, Elle?
I think Allegra just kind of raises her glass and says, "I would have taken your invitation the first time, but these people need it out."
Doesn't help that you kidnapped us.
I think she goes to like drink from her glass, and there's a smile behind at the rim of the glass while she takes a sip, and she goes, "Honestly, it wasn't kidnapping when the Miss brought them all over here, so I guess you can blame the Miss for kidnapping you all. Most of you were very close to my castle."
I was already on the way here.
And for some reason, the fates just designed you all just to be here at this humble abode.
I think Lottie isn't quite talking, but is doing a lot of writing down at the other end as she's listening.
All right, also isn't talking, but that's just because they're staring very intently at Strahd.
I mean, they're the host, so you should be looking at them.
Not in a very polite way, though. Not a glare, necessarily. Just very intense, you know?
Mm.
Just big old pleading eyes.
I think
Yeah.
like the mist is mentioned, and Lottie's like, I'm familiar with this, but is also just like writing down every detail of this particular thing, so she doesn't forget it.
Yeah.
Or if she does, there's an entry or what have you.
You see, I think Escher kind of reaches a hand over to, like, slap at your wrist to stop you from writing.
Uh-huh.
And then gives you, like, a hand motion across the neck. Like,
Yeah, I stop. I stop. It's her terrible bad habit.
But Strahd continues, and she goes, well, unfortunately, my escorts for the evening didn't really give you all a perfect reason why you were all brought to the castle and why I asked you all to stay for a little bit longer. So my excuses on his behalf and the others for not openly giving you a warm invitation. But I think that you're all here now, right before the end of the year ball. So thank you. Technically, she was supposed to show up at the end of the salads. I can't remember if I narrated that she showed up at the end or just showed up when the salads arrived.
I think it was after the salads. I didn't eat their salad, though.
Yes. Perfect. Okay.
Yes.
So, she kind of, like, claps her hands after putting down the glass, and Leaf comes over with some of the servants, and they come pick the salad plates away from you all who do eat. Remove them, and you see that now that she's in the room, the people who don't eat don't have a plate in front of them for the next course of the meal.
Lottie will still eat, though.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Instead, you guys, so I think it's just Beth and Kat who don't openly eat.
No.
Yeah. So you guys will just be gifted, like, just another, like, wine glass, and a, what is the wine she has?
An old ass wine, probably.
Yeah.
Blood.
Yeah, she puts blood in front of you. No.
She could. I could use it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it works well for both of you in a weird way. But it's Zinfandel. Is put in front of you guys. Both of which she are noted when a servant drops it down, like imported from beyond the mists, as I leave it there. For the others, you guys are served with it's a fish like platter. It is eels stewed in nutmeg, onion, garlic, anchovy, and port, served atop asparagus as your next meal. If you guys don't like eel, feel free to push it around on the plate again.
Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Normally,
You're muted.
I thought I unmuted. I think normally the thing Kat would do in somebody else's company is like pretend to eat the food, but like in the company of other undead, I think Kat makes it abundantly clear that this is not a thing that is compatible with her anatomy and just does not touch the plate.
Yeah. So with Strahd in the room now, it feels like the orders to deliver food have been changed, and so Kat and Beth just have a wine glass filled with like fancy wine in front of them.
No dinner for you.
No dinner for
She'll
you.
drown it.
Yeah. And it's really hard to, I guess if you do drink, it's very hard for both of you to get drunk, so the body processes it a little bit harder.
Yeah, we're both resistant to poison.
Yeah, so, just...
Beth? I don't think Beth is resistant to poison.
It's okay. It's very hard for you. It takes a lot. But if you do get a blitzed out of your mind, don't worry, you have a paladin who can cure that with lay on hands, so we're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
I got you.
There's 2 paladins in the room. Anastasia could just very gently pat Cat on the shoulder and then bam, cured. Oh, and the paladins are right next to the 2 people who are drinking wine. Perfect.
Uh-huh.
Not planned at all.
The bartender who's also a paladin, so when they cut you off, they just cure you of being drunk.
Mm-hmm.
But then what's the point of cutting you off?
Yeah.
It's not cutting you off. It's cure you of being drunk so you spend more money.
No, that's a dwarven paladin.
That's right.
Yeah. But it seems like though Lottie is still given food. Partially because Lottie still enjoys trying to eat. For her undead state.
Lottie also has that spell that does the thing.
Yeah, that does make you alive.
That one.
Which begs the question, would Lottie do that during dinner? Oh.
Dinner?
Sorry, I was trying to eat
Dinner with
I was
Strahd? Alive?
tonight. My first instinct was to say no.
That's fine. I was just curious because, like, Lottie would have known in advance you guys would have had dinner before the ball. So if you wanted to enjoy noble cuisine and not pissing off the host, you could have, but...
I don't know why I went southern. If I couldn't eat as an undead, I would probably do it so that I could have a nice dinner.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because as you were lasts for an hour, so you could have started at the first course of the meal, and then probably by the dessert part, you'll be at the tail end of it. Yeah, you really have to scarf down the dessert before your body is like,
A lot of eat very fast. A lot of eat too fast.
Yeah.
It's like taking lactate, except for all food ever.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to make you do the whole VTM thing with the iron gullet kind of situation.
Yeah.
Unless you want that for the drama, then sure. But otherwise,
nah.
It's just, you're going to feel very full for a good week or 2.
Yeah.
As your body is slowly digesting it.
The body's like, oh, bro, what the fuck did you do last night?
Are you casting as you were and jump-starting the body to be alive, like making it to be alive and then going back in and out of it will probably help digest it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
By the magic science of it.
Yeah, but no, for the sake of the dinner, I'm quote-unquote alive.
Yeah. You guys who do eat are served with eel stewed in nutmeg, onion, garlic, and anchovy, and a port served atop asparagus. And
Actually sounds genuinely delicious.
Yeah.
I've never had eel.
I will never touch it because it looks slimy and it's fish, but you know.
It depends on how you cook it.
Yeah. But Strahd smiles and allows you all to dig in and waits a little bit as, like, you guys are eating your food. To Kat, you could hear that she is chatting animatedly to Anastasia about her plans for the ball. and how she's got like they're like doing like a mental checklist. Like, did Ludmilla get the garden ready? Yes. Do we have the lights in the room? Have we invited all the noble people? We invited everyone, my sweetie. Like, okay.
But are you sure you invited everyone?
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
I'm sure.
You
You've asked
just,
me this a million times. I assure you.
but it seems like they're two like partners who are throwing like a big party for once, and then they're making sure that like they've hit all the tasks that they've had.
Yeah.
And you can see that Irina and Ismark are very much trying to lean, like, still be a part of the conversation, but also lean far away from being close to Strahd. Like, Irina's
feel
kind
like
of positioned more to sit on the right to be closer to Ismark.
Yeah, I feel like at some point Lottie just looks up at Irina with the look that she's trying to convey of like, damn, we should have switched.
Irina's glaring at you from across the table with a look of going, help me?
I give her. This feels like a very silent conversation between I was trying to help you, but then I got told no, so now I can't.
Seems very shrug-worthy.
You get a look of like utter betrayal, and you shrug and mouth, "I'm sorry," and then Irina turns her head away from you.
I look very solemn for a second. Then I'm fine.
Pushing the eel around your plate like a few times.
Yeah. When I realize there's people next to me, and then I perk back up.
Yep.
And eat my food.
And Strahd clears her voice and goes, I believe that Lady Gwilliam has told you all that the ball is it's technically 3 parts of a congratulatory. One to honor Sir Kolyanovich on rising into being a burgomaster for the village of Barovia as your father. Strahd kind of gives like a very sorrowful smile towards Ismark and Irina. Your father sends best regards, but due to the infection that broke through the village of Barovia, does not believe that he will be able to handle his task as a burgomaster for much longer. So he decided, with my permission, to pass the title to you. My apologies if it felt that the letter felt rushed when handing it to you and caused a sense of concern. But your father is fine. He, from what I remember, was getting proper care by the Vistana woman at the inn. For the time being. And then she turns towards the rest of you all. Another congratulatory to Stoyanovich, or Sir Stoyanovich, the new burgomaster of Imol, up north, who has beaten the old burgomaster in a battle of fruition to earn that title. So he will be crowned as, or less of crowned, more of announced as a proper burgomaster. And in tandem, as you all, for all of you, a thank you for rising up to the challenge and dealing with the threat of the village of Barovia while none of us were aware of what was going on. So on my part of the Lord of the Land, I would like to say thank you for helping the village out. And the people...
I mean, it was right.
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was still going.
No, she just say, and the people of Barovia will know of your help in the land.
It was the right thing to do, and we were there.
I
so.
think Beth is a very bright fuchsia right now. I think the idea that the Lord of the Land, who's supposed to be the land, not knowing that something's fucked up, that's on them.
Yep.
Allegra, her jaw sets immediately upon the burgomaster of Vimol being brought up. That's what that roll was.
Okay.
Stress.
Okay.
I
You're
imagine.
you guys could feel free to ask questions to her. The floor is kind of open to the brides at the table still, but also to Strahd if you have a conversation you want to bring up. That's not in private.
My lady, or my pronouns for the moment. My audience with you, it is after the ball, correct? Wanted to get it in character before.
You see that she smiles and goes, "Any will do, honestly. But if you do not mind it in the AMs, early in the morning, at the dawn of the new day and the new year, then we can do it right after the ball, while everyone is heading home and proceeding to their chambers. Otherwise, whenever you decide to wake up."
I see. Okay. What I ask is not exactly a private matter.
Let me try to think.
You see she quirks an eyebrow at you and goes, "Do you want to speak of it right now?"
I can if you don't mind hearing it.
And you see she looks at everyone else at the table, and sees and looks at the brides and doesn't see that there is a opposition to the remark. And then kind of looks at you guys to see if, like, are you okay with Allegra speaking her mind right now?
I mean, I think Lottie's hand is like half up in the form of a question, but is letting Allegra finish up. No opposition. But just putting it out there, I do have a question after Allegra.
Yep. You see that
Allegra
she
will kind of look over to Lottie and go, "Lottie, my mine is going to take a little while. You may speak."
Okay. I think she flips through several pages of her book. Her like journal, which she has stopped writing in. I stare at Esther out of character. But like, I'm trying to figure out in my brain a way to word this good. It's like, how much I'm trying to figure out how much I know. Okay, I'm trying to think. I guess okay. I think Lottie will clear her throat. She's all the way down here, so she's gonna have to speak louder, which is fine in summer form. It's fine. That's very valid. Very easy to do. A question. Was this place always here, surrounded by mist?
You see Strahd, who was looking over at Allegra, amusingly waiting for her to bring up, and then Allegra kind of shifted the conversation to you. And she looks over at you, and her jaw kind of sets a little bit. And very matter-of-factly just goes, "No, not at all."
Oh, I can talk about this later if this isn't a proper conversation.
No, you're fine. You two probably have a lot of questions about the makings of how the village, how the land became this way, and why the mists are the way they are. But no, it wasn't always like this.
I'm vaguely aware of the mist, from what I recall anyway. And they're all over like the edges of this place. So I figured there was some tie, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was.
She kind of grimly smiles, leans back, and takes like a drink from her own wine, air quotes,
Mhm.
and goes, I made a very bad mistake several hundred years ago. That's why the mists are here.
Mm-hmm. I think she's nuts. Uh, it's kind of on the edge of like, ooh, this feels like a very dangerous, like thin ice conversation to talk about. So I think, in a manner that a journalist who knows, ooh, I'm in dangerous territory is like, okay, I'm gonna think on this. And maybe talk about this later. Allegra, you can do your thing.
Yes. Mine is more of a matter of Barovian politics. Um, with your permission, Lord Strahd, I would like to form my own town. I would like to restore a previously destroyed settlement known as Harmonia.
And you see, you perked her interest. And the only, um, to the people around you, the only two people who seem to be interested in the conversation is both Ludmilla and Anastasia, who kind of perked up at the name Harmonia. But it doesn't seem that Valenta or Escher have an inkling of what you're talking about.
I read at one point it was a beautiful city, and it was a major center of song in the Valley of Barovia. And I believe that the valley itself needs more joy in it, in my opinion. As well as I intend to build an abbey similar to the one my father has built, but in worship to Mother Night instead of the Dawn Mother. Or Father, whichever one it is.
Dawn Mother and Mother Night in this
Yeah.
in this world.
Okay.
And she see that she tips her head over and goes, and what makes you think that you're worthy of starting an own settlement?
Well, worthy is not um, a word I would use yet. It is more just, I wish to see the Valley of Barovia prosper. I believe right now it is stagnant, and I believe that many things should change. As uh, one is the more beautifying of nature and reverence to it, uh, and hope needs to be given to the people. Right now, most of them are hopeless, and I wish to bring that to them.
You see, she leans over to say something to you, Anastasia, before leaning back up into her seat, looking over at you and going, at the current moment, I won't stop you from taking over the plot of land that is Harmonia. But in order to properly gain title, you need to build the settlement, rid it of all of the curses and blights that plague upon the land over there that no longer wants it to be a proper settlement. There's a reason no one has built over there for quite some time. And most of the people have
Obviously.
decided to give up on that part of the land and give it to the wildlife that has taken over it.
And she'll nod and go, I believe that there are things I must take care of first, but I intend on making sure that that area of the land can be inhabited and hopefully can bring some joy to the people once again. I may even throw a festival once a year and just to liven spirits in celebration of Mother Night, and I would hope that you could attend, or at least one of your brides.
So she thinks over it and goes, if you ever get that far, I'll humor it.
Thank you, my lady.
But I will not stop you in your endeavors, if that is what your worry is. But until you have a draft of what you plan on doing, the proper funds to build the situation, or people who will come to your aid, then we can talk about this again and earn you a proper title, and then maybe myself, Ludmilla, Valenta, any of these fine folk could help you restore it properly.
She'll nod and kind of let out like a relieved sigh and go, "Thank you. Um, I am glad that that matter is settled. Now there is one other thing I wish to bring up, as you may not have known about the village of Barovia. There has been another incident in your lands that I wish to bring to your attention. Are
She
you
kind of,
aware that the wolf?
I was like, she just waves her hand at you to continue.
Are you aware that the wolves of Imol attacked Krasik?
You see, she thinks for a while. As if thinking about holding something back, but then shrugs her shoulders and goes, yes, I've known. Unfortunately, this is the backlash of when the two feuding leaders were trying to earn the title of a burgomaster.
I think for a moment, Allegra's wings glow, like the visible anger through the amount of radiant energy that is flowing through her. I see. Many died in that attack, one of which being my mother. So I wanted to make sure you knew what happened. Thank you.
And she nods her head. I know many great deals, but unfortunately, when it comes to little feuds among the people of my land, I cannot really stop it unless it gets out of hand.
And you don't think the slaughter of a people who were not allowed to own weapons is not out of hand?
Yes, but that's what your father's responsible for, isn't it?
My father is an irresponsible man as of late.
My condolences, then. You have lost both your father and your mother in his idiocy. If you want someone to blame, it is that man, for he controls what goes on in Krezik. And if he can't handle it like the power of a solar he can, then he shouldn't be in power anymore. Correct?
Of that, we agree.
When the villages have political squabbles, internal squabbles with each other, or feuds amongst each other, it would look very poorly if I stepped in and fixed all the problems and structured in a way that I deem necessary. Then I'm a dictator. But I want to give you all choice. Freedom on how you want to dictate your own governments. I am just the last thing you need approval for.
Then I ask you allow us to own our own arms again.
That
It was a
wasn't my decree.
From what I understood, it was, but my father often lies to me, so. It will be fine. I will speak with him. My apologies, my lady.
You see, she does the best that a vampire can do to sigh. And shake her head and go. That is the problem when something of benevolence tries to hold a perfect civilization. They believe that they can solve things without violence, or that one thing can protect it, or if the people all together work together, then they can solve an issue. I just agreed to it.
We could have if we were able to defend ourselves, but as you say, a lot of problems, specifically invasion, cannot be solved without being able to defend oneself. And obviously, he did not understand that, being that he feels himself above mortality as he is not mortal.
Maisie nods her head. And goes, exactly. Kresik used to be a very prospering mining town as well. Used to make the finest weapons. Those two, at one point, help with wars and solving issues. But now it seems that they have just stopped making weapons and settled to being mere traders to appease the local werewolves at the town over.
And, my lady, if I were to depose him, would that be something you would be against?
You have to get the rest of the people to agree with you. But it's a right decision.
That I am considering.
But then your other problem is who's taking over his place. Because right now, you're the only lifeblood that he has.
Well, true. But I have someone in mind.
But I don't think she inquires on who it is unless you bring it up.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. She's not going to tell Strahd that she intends to put Vasilka in charge.
You could certainly try. But she looks to the others and goes, "Is there any other questions you would like to ask?"
I think Ari's still kind of just staring intensely at Strahd.
Yeah.
All of Lottie questions right now are about like the origins of Barovia and the myths and how they got here. But based off of the reaction she got, she is like, okay, maybe I'll either ask someone else or talk to Strahd about it later.
Yeah. That's okay. It's okay. The conversation already went. It became weird and a little harsh. But it's okay. That's what you do when you talk about politics over dinner.
I mean, look, it's fine. I mean, if I don't ask this question now, every time I go through the dances, it can just be Lottie asking so many questions about fucking Barovia as a whole. Lottie, I have so many questions. Has 0 questions because all of them are about one particular topic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Holding.
So, I have thought of a way to phrase.
Yes.
Okay, so Ra, not looking intently for sure, but also basically looks like the coiled spring of like a mousetrap ready to leap at any second at the slightest movement. Like they are on the edge of their seat, very they're like anticipating something. They're waiting for an opportunity to ask a question. They look like they want to say something but will not.
Mhm.
And Strahd's Strahd, so Strahd can probably tell because Strahd is Strahd.
Yeah, Strahd is indeed Strahd von Zarevich.
Uh-huh. But Ara's not going to say anything right now.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
I think she clocks, like looking over at all of you, clocks at your, I don't want to say franticness.
A little bit.
Yeah,
It's
franticness.
building up to it.
Yeah. And nods, kinda claps her hand, and the entrees are moved away from you guys again. And then the actual proper meal is produced. Which is it's just roast lamb with apricots.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. You guys are treated with a very fine lamb to those that can eat.
Or
As
will.
or will eat, yeah. As like your proper first entree. And kind of in lieu of offering the first entree, there is a raspberry brandy punch that is also being offered for people to take a little bit of the ease away from the stress that people are having. And Strahd lets you guys eat a little bit or push it around your plates before going. Did you all enjoy the gifts that were left behind for you? Some of them were very pointed, and I am sorry on that. But others were gifts I thought would fit you all as a token of thanks for what you have done.
I do appreciate the return of my mother's hammer. Thank you.
Seemed like a nice gift.
The cards are very appreciated.
Ara looks stricken.
At who?
Just at their plate.
RA is dissociating right now. Please leave a message after the beep.
Beep.
The lamb is just screaming at you at this point.
Yeah, yep.
Yep.
They haven't eaten any of it. They've been fiddling with it and cutting it up into tiny, tiny pieces.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Strahd nods and be like, returning anything that you've left here at the castle will be returned. Anastasia decided to add a divination glyph onto the hammer to honor your bravery for helping out the land.
I think the line returning things left here in the castle, like if Lottie had little animal ears, they'd be perked up.
I do. Sorry, you go ahead.
No, the last one was just gonna be because of like the note. And also she said about that. Sorry, so continue.
I do need to apologize. I did borrow something when I left. Shield from your outside of your chapel. I have returned it, but I do apologize. Allegra will snitch on herself at any given point.
I appreciate you coming forward about that. Otherwise, the maid did sell you out.
I figured she would. It's your castle. But I figured it was better to
Hear it from your own
ask
words.
Well, that and ask forgiveness rather than permission. I did lose more than just my hammer in your castle.
I'm not a petty water creature who expects to take things back when things are stolen. It was just a shield, mundane, has been sitting there for hundreds of years.
Well, I can attest, it still works very well. I've used it quite a bit.
And if you desire it back, I do not. I do not mind it.
I have already returned it and wouldn't know where to look to get it back.
And you see she looks thoughtful and be like, you are correct. The chapel room is no longer a chapel at the moment.
I figured. The castle itself is much different. I feel bad for almost breaking the door.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Poor door. Did have a question, and it is a little on the topic of, is your castle alive? Like, is it a living creature? I know it changes shape.
I'm looking at Asher to see if I can continue writing this down because if I'm not writing this is juicy shit. I could be recording this.
Asher gives you kind of like a shrug. And then kind of like pantomimes, do it under the table. But keep making, like, look up, right.
Yeah. I mean, she writes and walks all the time.
Yeah.
That's literally not a problem for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look like you're paying attention, right. But keep it hidden. And Strahd nods her head and goes, certainly.
That is incredibly interesting.
Each of
I would
us...
like to, at some point, discuss that with you, because that is incredibly fascinating, and I want to know how it was accomplished.
You see, she looks at you and goes, I'll think about it.
Thank you.
Lottie is looking at Allegra with very bright, I'm intrigued eyeballs.
Allegra just gives a soft wink over to Lottie. Like,
Yes.
knowing that Lottie probably wanted to ask that question.
If she, you made her remember the fact that the castle was alive and that she did not ask about it. Were she some kind of animal with a tail, it would be wagging. She's just a little guy.
You got pointy ears. You can perk your pointy ears up.
Yeah, elf ears, expressive ears.
Hell yeah.
God, I love her. I love her so much.
She is gonna be blunt. Okay. Thank you. You see that she's just watching you guys just kind of exchange conversation, or like pantomiming conversations with each other, and she looks over and goes, I will rag on Celeste about not talking either when she comes back from the bathroom. But does look over to RA and be like, do you have anything you would like to ask?
I think RA is slightly startled at being addressed so suddenly. But plays it cool. Plays it pretty cool. Not at the moment, my lady. Although I do have questions later if you have the time.
Strahd is so bad at insight.
Come on, Strahd, baby, you can do this. I believe in you.
Where is it?
God, I'm thinking about, does anyone else have any questions? And all I can hear in my head is Lottie going, what does it feel like to get bit by a vampire? But that's not dinner conversation.
That's not conversation.
I mean, it is a dinner conversation, a conversation about dinner.
You are watching these vampires not eat, but they are flashing their fangs while they take sips of their totally not red liquid.
I am sure that at some point, at least one of the brides, maybe Valenza, maybe someone else, has caught her just looking. Just looking at the various forms of undead and what have you. And a very much, I'm recording this with my eyeballs and definitely not ready to the table. There's definitely not like blind sketches of fangs and the question of bite. Get bit by vampire.
Yeah.
How would that work?
Brain is buzzing. She nods her head and be like, we can talk while everyone is getting dressed up.
Of course, thank you.
Did Lottie have any other questions she wanted to ask?
Besides the shift to vampires, the mist seems to be a sore subject as of the second. I'm thinking. Any other question? I one did pop in my brain, and
It's
I'm
not
like,
about biting, is it?
no, but I could make it about biting. That the I think she will raise her hand, as if to indicate I have a question.
You see, she is amused by this and gestures a hand to allow you to continue to go on.
I will preface this with, I am very grateful to be here, and I'm very intrigued to learn what I can about this particular area and the cities within it. And I'm sure this question has been asked before. And I've gotten a few answers on this. This is me, Jester, going, just ask the stupid question. How does one go about leaving here once their job is done, so to speak? Purely, like, her asking this purely as, like, an academical, I would like to know question, you know.
I love how you're asking the Lord of the Land, hey, how do I leave?
In my defense, it's like, any more questions? Lottie, I am full of questions all the time, and the person who made this place is right in front of me. So I can ask the person who's the leader of this place right in front of me.
Madam Ava did kind of tell us one way to get out.
Look.
Allegra just kind of giving the slash across the throat, like, don't do this.
It's already in the air, bestie. I can't take it out of there.
Just a subtle shake of the head.
Listen.
You can see that Escher has given up on helping you. He is looking away from you.
It's if it's worth anything, Strahd could inside her if she wants. This is purely like I don't intend on leaving for a while. I want, like, that's the whole preface, was like, I want to learn about this place, learn about you, learn about how this place works.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna run out of here, but I'm curious.
You gotta have multiple sources to prove a theory.
Yeah, exactly. Escher has just given up on you.
Just like Strahd's given up on Escher.
Yep, pretty much. Escher has given up on helping you at this moment. Valenta, who has been reading this whole entire dinner, is now very much focused on her book reading. And then both Anastasia and Lyudmila look both equally pleased that you're asking this question, and also a little like, why during dinner?
You said any other questions? And I had like
I know.
I can't take it out
I
of the air now.
No, it's been omitted. You said the words. The words are there.
Yeah, but like the preface of I'm not running away. I just want to know if this answer is any different than every other answer I've received.
And you know what? It's not different. Strahd kinda, it isn't kind of, doesn't, kinda just finishes the last bit of her, wine. And,
Quote, unquote.
wine, quote unquote. And Anastasia is filling it back up. Where is this
I
coming
will
from?
say-
We don't know. Yes.
Ari actually doesn't shake their head. That was this haha teehee silly. Ari looks interested in the answer to this question.
Which
you
is
see-
why I was like,
Yeah, I know. And you see that she finishes her wine, her quote unquote wine, and then looks at you, Lottie, and goes, "Your book did say you were an archaeologist. Always wanting to know."
hello? Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. This is me out of character.
Major stress. Monster stress is a d6 plus 4.
I love
Major
how
is a
you
d6.
I love how you knew the thing I was looking
Moderate's
for.
a d4. And then baby stress is just 1.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Haha. Look, where am I at? It's been so long since I played this character.
I know.
Fine.
We had the December curse of no D&D during December.
Yeah, I'm only at age stress. Once I reach 20, I'm fucked, but I'm fine.
Yeah. You're
Uh,
fine. Everything is okay.
She's not letting this affect her outward disposition. So I do kind of have a question. As those words are spoken. This is something I don't like fully remember. And from what I remember of the mechanics, does this induce a headache? Question mark.
Are you trying to see? Are you instinctively digging deeper to be like, is she right?
Lottie, the curiosity killed the cat, the satisfaction brought it back. Yohantov, yes, absolutely.
So you can make an intelligence save at disadvantage or a wisdom save at disadvantage.
With intelligence or wisdom?
I think you have
my wisdom.
I think it's the same, probably.
Oh, my wisdom's better, actually.
Okay.
An 11.
Why is your wisdom better than your intelligence if you're
Oh wait,
a
was
wizard?
this a save or a check? I'm
save.
pretty sure it was a save. Okay.
Because Lottie has proficiency in the saving throw.
Oh, in the saves, right? Okay.
But not in the intelligence. Because what? Your intelligence saving throw is a 4?
It's +4, yeah.
Yeah, so just 1 higher. You get a minor, like, kind of annoying headache that's behind your eyes.
Like one's starting up, and if you don't take pain pills soon, it's gonna get worse.
More of just like, or I guess it's, sorry, my headaches are so different from other people's on my tolerance of pain.
Yeah.
This is a very light pain for me when it's around my eyes. Yeah. I think it'd be more focused like on the bridge of your nose, like it's a sinus headache. Kind of ordeal where you're just having all this pressure in the center of your face by your eyes and your nose.
Yeah. Her face like scrunches a little bit, but she is willing to let Strahd continue talking.
Yeah, you think it's right? You think that's accurate?
Oh, that's probably correct.
She could be lying to you, but you don't discredit it either.
Yeah, I'm still looking at her with the aura of an excited dog.
But she says, your book always said that you were an archaeologist. I'm curious to know more. I'm sure the lady has told you on your quest on how to save the land, like many other adventurers in the past. But the only way to leave this land is by killing me.
I was previously told you didn't leave. Actually.
Well, yes, because your options are kill somebody who can't be killed, or don't leave. And so the answer is usually you don't leave.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering is all.
In the brief moment when, and if I ever temporarily expire, there is a window that adventurers can leave this land by the mist. And for some reason, the mist doesn't want to suffocate them to death. Do I know if you go back to your actual plane of existence? No. Do I know where you're going? Do I just know that do you just die at the end? That I don't know. All I know is you're out of my hair, and I wake up a couple years later.
Lottie is nodding and writing all of this under the table. I would argue DM with like arguably years worth of experience of writing and walking. She can pull off the I'm paying attention and definitely not writing about this under the desk.
Yes. But
yeah.
It's the greater folk, and to what your friend has said. I don't die. That is part of the curse that I have. I just keep coming back. So it is become what's the word? A dead end for most people when they figure out the truth of the curse and the truth of their quest. They can't bring people out. You can't save the people you thought you could save when you leave and destroy me. It only lets you out. So you can go back. Your friend next to you can go back. But your other 3 companions are stuck here in Barovia dealing with the consequences of killing the Lord of the Land. And the power struggle that it will create when there's no one in charge.
She is nodding and listening attentively. As Strahd is talking about all of this very grim information, what have you.
Pardon my interruption, but can others who are also not from here, hypothetically, in this situation, leave too? Or would they also be stuck here?
It depends on how long they've been here. If they're around the same... If you stick here around for another couple years or so, almost die, your soul kind of gets tethered to this plane. And you're kind of stuck here. Am I saying you have a window of time to go back home? Yes. Am I going to stop you in this quest? No. To be honest, none of you are that frightening.
Okay, yeah. Ari just nods as politely as they can after asking that question.
Yeah. But they answer verbatim. Yeah, as long as they haven't been here for, like, more than a couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Or almost die.
Yeah.
Which shouldn't be a thing to worry about, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Whoops.
Yeah, ha ha ha. Sweating.
Lottie is satisfied, but also very much like, you said the word ball around a dog. And she's trying to be very cool about the fact that, oh yeah, book. Which just confirms, oh, Strahd's read my book.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point,
Yeah.
Beth is going to just pick up a spoon and start looking into it.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
a thought on her mind, but she's just looking at the spoon. It's very shiny and reflective.
Oh, reflective.
A little bit.
Oh, that's the last thing we need. Oh,
She
no.
said none of us were scary. This is tempting.
Yeah.
Do it.
She's not doing anything yet. She's just looking at a spoon.
Contemplating even, yeah. Let me know when you want to do your spoon shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the
Really
you aren't scary. Allegra's like wings puffed up, like you know how birds get when they're
Yeah.
angry. Her wings puffed up, but she didn't like do that thing where she spreads them to make them look bigger. Oh,
It's kind of like a low blow hit of
Yeah.
like, hey.
yeah, exactly.
A threatened aura, but I'm not the one doing the threatening here.
Yeah,
And you,
this is a defense mechanism.
Yeah. yeah, so like for power level things, you are scary to commoners, run-of-the-mill bandits. Actually, you're very scary to like you're level 4s, almost 5th level characters. So you're very scary to like minor threats and like most common folk. But to Strahd, who has been alive for 700 plus years, is just like,
baby.
yeah, I could just hit you really hard and you'll almost die.
Mm-hmm.
Be a little babies. Yeah. Let's see. We've gone through roast lamb. We've gone through the raspberry brandy punch. Baby is back.
I
Hello. Do you have a question for Strahd?
was trying to think of one while I was in. I think.
Okay. She asked. What you missed is that she asked for. Did you like your gifts? Lottie asked, "How do we go home?" And Strahd was like, "Yeah, kill me, bitch."
And then Strahd said, yeah, in your book it said you were an archaeologist.
So that
type.
makes sense. That tracks. And then Ra asked if
Other people, other than the 2 outsiders in this room, could also hypothetically go home if this unfortunate situation were to occur.
yeah. If you kill Strahd, can other people who were brought into the mist go home? And Strahd went, yeah, as long as they haven't died and their soul kind of was anchored to Barovia. Or they've been here for like more than 5 years. But what she was saying is that, yeah, you can kill me, but only Lottie and Ra can leave. Beth, Kat, and Allegra is still here, dealing with the aftermath of, oh no, the Lord of the Land's dead. Power struggle. Until Strahd gets re-resurrected again due to the nature of the curse.
I also took stress.
Yeah.
Smiles.
And then Beth is ominously looking at a reflective spoon because Strahd basically said you guys aren't scary. Okay, Kat's got nothing. Because Strahd would ask you if you have anything on your mind. Because she did pick on RA for being quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And RA asked for a chat after dinner.
Just a brief one, just
Just
a
a-
little.
Just a little
That's
bitty.
always screaming at me. Yeah, I think Kat, when questioned, Kat would smile and just say, "Oh, just enjoying the pleasant conversation. Nothing to contribute, but enjoying the evening."
Pleasant conversation, quote unquote.
Pleasant conversation as the couple of last questions were like, so if we kill you, does this happen?
And then the like 5-minute span of politics.
Yeah.
Listen, in my defense, it was, hey, do you have any questions? And then Lottie prefacing with this, I really want to learn more about this place, but I'm not running away. But how do you get out of here?
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, Strahd will nod. And go, very well then. And will, in this moment, the food, the last kind of food is, or like the last entree is being presented before like the dessert and everything, and like the cheese and fruit course that they have. So your plates to take it away. If anyone did partake in the brandy punch, they are either refilled or taken away if you didn't touch them. And the second entree is a roast pheasant with potatoes.
Ooh.
You're making me hungry.
I know, I'm very hungry myself, don't worry. But you get a roast pheasant and some potatoes.
It's tragic that Ari's not gonna eat any of it. I want to eat some of it
You
Why
can't.
isn't Ari eating?
because Ari is going to explode.
Oh,
It's the my anxiety is so high if I take a bite out of this, I will perish.
I'm so anxious right now. I'm nauseous.
Yeah. Me too, Ari, me too. I feel that. But then Strahd will actually stand when the pheasant is being put on the plates. She stands up, kind of like claps her hands to get the attention, and then go. The rest of the 10-course meal is suitable for you all. But I do believe we are running on a timer, and I do need the others to start partaking in the ceremonies and the events that we have to get up. And he kind of looks over at the brides at the end of the table and gives them very like an expectant look and be like, you all know what you need to do. Be sure to meet back here in 30 minutes time. Dressed and ready for the ball. And if you're not, then Leaf will come and just get you all. But we have people arriving in the next 2 hours or so we need to get everything proper and ready for a grand old ball that we haven't had in centuries. How do you see Asher, Ludmilla, and Valenta get up? Kind of do like their own bow / curtsy towards the Lord and escort themselves out of the room. Strahd kind of snaps their fingers, and the table condenses shorter. So, just like deleting, like basically deleting the open gap in the center of the table and the empty chairs. You guys are kind of pushed next to each other. Lottie, you're no longer at the edge of the table because there's an open space next to RA to the left.
Whoa.
So basically, like, RA would be next to Ismark, and then you'd be next to RA on one side. And then Beth and Allegra would be right next to Kat, who is now, well, Kat wouldn't change in position, but would be a little bit closer to the Lord, and the table gets a little bit smaller.
Where?
Raladin also gets up and stops playing on the piano and leaves the room. And Strahd looks up to Leaf, who is just standing there, and he nods his head to Leaf, who gives a formal bow, grabs a small little iron key, and locks the doors behind him.
Okay.
Nick gives a wholehearted wave to Rahadin before he leaves.
I think Rahadin changes his direction of leaving and to come right next to you, just so you could hear the agonizing screaming as he walks past.
It sounds a little happier this time. Maybe you did a good job playing.
My instinct says you get the bird from Rahadin, but he's very calm and mostly composed. Instead, what you get is there is more snow on his shoulders, as like a little snow cloud is just being formed above his head, and just dropping more clumps of snow onto him as he leaves the room. But yeah, Leaf closes the doors, locks them.
Like that.
And
Can we move?
Yeah. Yeah, you can move your little tokens. Yeah, and then Lottie and Beth. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So pretend there's a chair there. I'm dumb.
Chair.
Chair.
You're not dumb. Whoa!
And then these guys are gone. This guy is gone. This guy. I almost locked him into a dimension. Where did Leaf
Locked.
go? I think I just deleted Leaf. Oh, okay. Oh, we don't need him.
You
It's
killed
okay.
him.
I've killed him. I killed the
So long, old man.
So long, idiot.
so long, space cowboy.
Phenomenal reference.
See you later, space cowboy. But he's dead. I've killed him. Not really, but Actually, I think blip, blip, blip. Technically, I guess Lottie could still be at the end of the table if she so desired. I just imagine the table is like shortened.
Go in the middle of the table.
Yeah,
Sit on the
it's-
table.
No,
On the map, you could sit on the table, but in our mind palaces, the table is shortened and you're at the edge.
it's fine. But what am I thinking now? I'm fine where I am.
And Strahd gives you a moment to see that no one's really touching the pheasant as
I
much.
mean, I'm eating.
I would like
Move.
to say that Allegra is tearing into
Okay.
every piece of food
Me-
that she is.
Me and
providing.
Allegra shaking hands, eating everything we get.
Yes.
Mhm.
And the others are kind of just pushing it around their plates. Irina and Ismark have not. I think Irina was eating the first couple of meals, and then just the gravity of the conversation just kept getting closer and closer, and just like, nope, I'm just gonna keep.
Also, that's just so much fucking food to
It
eat.
is, but these are these are vampires. They don't know how much you guys need to eat.
Arena
Allegra-
and Ra
Allegra-
shaking hands.
Allegra needs lots of calories to maintain how beefy she is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ari needs lots of calories too. However, they have lost their appetite.
They lost their appetite to queasiness.
Too
Yay!
stress. Oh
Look,
man.
sometimes you hear stuff that should kill your appetite and it doesn't.
Yeah, true.
But Strahd looks over, sees that everyone is gone, sees that the table has gotten smaller, and clears her throat and goes, "My love, Anastasia, probably all warned you ahead of time that I would like to speak to all of you individually. Albeit. And she turns towards Ismark and Irina and goes, if you two would like to roam around Castle Ravenloft, this conversation I am about to have is not privy to you two. But as they are your wards now granted by myself, they can stay. You can stay to observe their duties and what responsibilities they are going to be offered." And I think Irina just kind of swallows very deeply and goes, "I'm actually fine right here. Thank you." Right, Ismark, we're staying right here with our friends, right? We can't let them be on their own. And Ismark kind of grabs her hand, very reassuringly, and just kind of nods his head towards Strahd and be like, "If you would allow us, we would like to stay."
When you say speak to us individually, does that mean just us or one at a time?
Relaying the information I would like to tell you all would be difficult, but quite humorous if I did it one at a time with you all. If you want me
I
to
don't
spill
know
the
if you have-
information, I could.
I wasn't sure if you had individual things to say to people.
That's what the notes were for. If you have inquiries about your notes, then you can come talk to me while you're getting dressed up for the ball. And she allows Anastasia to sit in her seat as she stands behind her, looking at all of you, looking down at all of you with her height. And she goes, "Of for the matters of the dance, after I could skip the next entree, which is just leaves poor excuse, lovely excuse, poor excuse for cuisine, is a fruit platter with cheese that will probably also be served around the dancing floor. But I will not deprive you all of desserts. But after the conversation we are having and the desserts are being laid out, you all will be escorted to the dressing quarters, where you all will get suited for outfits or added jewelry statement pieces to your outfits, as I see one of you all have decided to dress accordingly to the ball in advance.
Is she talking about Allegra?
Yeah. Allegra is the only one who's kind of like dressed up.
I do enjoy coming prepared, though I did not have time to find anything to decorate my wings.
Our the seamstress that we picked up a while ago, Miss Gertruda, will honestly will fawn over your wings and find something to do with them. She
I
makes
had
sure
intended
to.
on. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you. I had intended, and she'll kind of like gesture to the chainmail jewelry that she's had made. I had intended to get more of this, but it is difficult to make in short notice.
Shan, along with a bunch of staff, will be able to make something equivalent to that, at least for the ball.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It
Um,
is purely decorative. It's
mhm.
not as if it is armor. It is just I like chainmail. It's pretty.
ASA shot nods in agreement and goes, yeah. You all will be dressed to whatever taste that you would want. Remember, it is a ball, and you are being honored as honored guests. So do not dress poorly under my watch. And after that, each one of you will be put into pairs, either with yourselves, with one of my brides, my lovely wife included, and will be introduced as such as we go down into the ballroom and the first dance will open up. And after the dances, you are free to roam around Castle Ravenloft. You are all welcome to stay the night, as this ball will probably stay alive till probably the early AMs. And your safety is my utmost protection. No harm will come to any of you while you're here, unless you really ask for it. And she smiles just a little bit. Otherwise, there will be several coaches that will take you back, or I can merely, as you all have seen it, take you through the teleportation circle in the basement. You can all freely teleport to wherever you would want.
Mm-hmm. I think Lottie is very enticed by the idea of, yeah, just roam Castle Ravenloft.
Would there be
When
time before the ball to speak with uh, both either our companions or residents of the castle?
You could certainly do it in the time after you're getting dressed and before the announcements are happening.
Wonderful.
I also shouldn't be keeping you much longer, as this is a very simple yes or no question that I'm about to ask you all.
I have a question first.
Mhm.
When you say we won't fall under any harm, do you mean physical, mental, emotional, all of the above?
Ideally, it would be all of the above. Though I cannot guarantee your emotional well-being if you stumbled across something you did not want to see.
Are there things that we should not see?
You see, she thinks about it and goes, I would avoid going into the basement. A bunch of undead wander around there aimless. Who will attack with no interest because you are trespassing on their property.
That's more of a do not do. Is
Mhm.
there anything that is to see that would be difficult?
People you don't want to see. People who are going to be invited to the ball. Don't stare at your reflection too long in certain mirrors.
Why ever not?
Things like to operate on the other side of the mirrors. To give intel.
It's a good thing you don't have that problem.
You see, she smiles just lightly. But ideally, I would not like any harm for you, any of you to happen, and I promise that I will do my best to ensure that it happens. Now, if you want to have a friendly spar with another, and as long as none of you die, then it should be fine.
Allegra immediately sits forward, and that's with anyone. That's a serious
Yeah.
question she just asked.
She goes, with proper consent, yes, but do not make it a public ordeal. Or
Wonderful.
less of a
I
public ordeal
have-
or a continuous disorder.
Of course. Of course.
I have no further questions, but I do hope that the promise you just made is acknowledged and upheld, as considering what many people are here, that promise is binding. So I hope you don't break it.
You see, I think you touch like a chord in her. Like there's like a slight twitch in her ears. And she just smiles and goes, broke my promise once and you seen what that happened to me. I do not plan to do that again. But like I said, if you all do something that requires my aid to step in, the contract, the promise, is off, and you will be
That wasn't a
properly.
stipulation of your original promise. Your original promise was that you would do everything to make sure to mitigate the harm that we would face during the night.
Yes, and you will be.
I feel like you trying to step in would be mitigating that, so I would appreciate it if you kept your distance from what I need done.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you. You've been very fun to chat.
And you see, you're the worst person to ask for an insight check.
Absolutely.
Such a
I'll make one.
yeah. Please make one.
Oh, 12's good.
You've definitely struck a nerve in her. And she is gently reminding herself of who you are and what you represent.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think you're uncertain if it's good or bad.
Okay.
But you know that she is definitely not going to step in if you fuck up. And she will do it from far, far away. In which case, you
Okay.
might just get teleported out of Castle Ravenloft and to wherever
Mhm.
she does not care.
Sure.
Get yeeted.
Yeah. But you'll be safe. It won't be, you clip into a mountainside.
Yeah.
My god. I think Lottie's just thinking about I get to explore the castle after this.
Yeah.
And it's very like you just told a kid they could do like the one thing they love doing. Energy.
Okay. I will be right back.
You see Anastasia goes over and like pats Strahd's hands as like this conversation is getting a little bit diverted and heavier. And she clears her throat. It goes, on the topic of why you're all here. After all this and why the others aren't privy to this conversation, both our paramours and Rahadin and Leaf. Whatever is said in here is not privy to anyone else outside these walls, beyond, I suppose, the castle itself. So whatever we say here is held with utmost secrecy.
Mhm.
Strahd pats her, lets her lean back as she takes over the conversation. I have all, as you've all seemed to be, well-adept adventurers and people of Barovia, seeing as 3 of you are natives among my lands. I understand that this land is very... It's not well. And I, on many contracts that I have with the people, with others, of higher powers and lower powers, cannot intervene when I suspect that there is a snitch among my council. But you all don't hold upon any of my contracts. And as a favor, I would like to ask any of you, or all of you, if you would like to help me find my little rat in the castle. And not expose them outright, but at least inform me and give me good, concise information on who they are, what their initial plan is, and why are they doing it.
Mhm.
In which case, you will all have a powerful boon, whatever you would wish, from myself and or from Anastasia that you can think of. She looks towards you, Allegra, and goes, proper title of Harmonia, an immediate, what's the word I'm looking for? Structure?
Foundation?
Foundation of Harmonia. But for a very
I would
long
have to,
Go ahead.
I would have to confer with the others before agreeing to anything.
You see, she nods her head. And she looks over to Anastasia and goes, we can certainly leave you all, I have desserts to bring you back to give you time to come to a consensus on what you want to do. If you would so like.
Mm-hmm.
Allegro will look to the rest of the group.
At the mention of Strahd leaving the room, Ara, it almost looks like they're about to stand up.
If we're conferring as a group, we should stay as a group. Probably. Looks at RA.
Ara hasn't stood up yet. They're still sitting.
No, you said looks like they're about to stand up. So
Yeah,
I reacted accordingly.
yeah. It's fine. They don't say anything.
Did they go back to a normal sitting position?
No.
I mean, Eli's not the boss of you. You do what you want. But, like, if we're making a group decision, you should probably also be with the group.
Ara's mind is like, this won't take long. They can make a decision
I was gonna
without me.
say,
It's fine.
I was gonna say, how urgent does RA look? Like, is it just immediate panic
Mhm.
that everyone can kind of tell?
No, it's not panic. There's just like, oh, Strahd leaving, Strahd going out of room. Need to talk to Strahd. Need to talk to Strahd. Strahd, go now? Go talk with Strahd.
Oh, you're going to talk to Strahd by yourself?
That's the idea. However, Ari doesn't say anything. They do sit back down. They're just even more on the edge of their seat than before. It's fine.
We'll fall over if the slight breeze knocks them down.
Yeah.
Because I was like, Strahd will not stop you if you head over, but they will push you back into the room after this conversation is done.
Yeah, that's fine. Ari would return to the room anyway after the conversation.
Baby, do you agree that you should have this conversation in private without the strudel?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Cat agrees, apparently. I've lost her to Minecraft. Cat is playing Minecraft right now at the table. Under Nintendo
Wait, whoa,
Switch.
we got technology up in here?
Oh, sorry, no, she's playing her roguelike game. I'm so sorry. On her other Nintendo Switch.
You mean my computer?
Yeah, but Cat's been checked out this session, so on her Nintendo Switch.
I've been listening. I genuinely just haven't had anything to contribute.
Yeah.
I think Kat would say, this does seem like an issue of personal discretion. Amongst trusted cohorts.
Choice words are said. Strahd just kind of nods her head, and beckons Anastasia over. And they'll get up, and they will go to exit one of the doors in like the corner.
All right.
Like it looks like the servant doors.
Immediately follows.
Yeah, I was gonna say the door is suspiciously open long enough for you, or to anyone who
Yes.
wants to follow.
As if they know.
All right. Tiptoe, tiny, no footsteps, fast little fucker goes straight in. Rushes the door, like dashes, probably, all but running.
Desperately rushes for the door.
Uh-huh.
But like a woman with purpose, not with a woman of I'm missing the bus. Less. Trying to look like you have purpose, but you are definitely missing the bus.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are settled down, and then at one moment RA was there, and RA is now gone. And the door kind of closes like a half lid shut. You don't hear the lock go off. In fact, you hear the sound of it unlocking briefly as like Strahd and Anastasia leave. But from what it looked like, you exited out of a servant door. Are you blessing RA?
Yes.
Okay.
Immediately.
Ah.
Okay. You have a D4 on your saving throws, ability checks, and is it just saving throws? Saving and attack throws.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you have
I'm not gonna attack anyone, probably.
Yeah, but saving throws.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
um but yeah, what looked like that RA ran out of the servant's court. From what you look like you ran out of a servant's door. And you would lead into like, this is like very thin, kind of labyrinth-esque hallways that the servants typically use in old structures and castles. But actually you are kind of you exit the door and suddenly you're in a very large hallway and you can smell food on the horizons. As like Strahd was being honest and going with Anastasia to go pick up your desserts. And you see that Anastasia kind of is a little bit further ahead as like she was instructed to keep going, and Strahd has slowed down their footsteps so that you could catch up. And then they're keeping like a good like 60 feet between them and Anna from above.
Yeah, okay. That's permissible. Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, that is her
would
guard.
Ari would rush to keep step, like bow slightly and say, apologies for the presumption of following you, but it is urgent.
The door was opened long enough for you for a reason. And you looked mighty unwell during the whole entire dinner.
Yes, your note left me unsettled. It's about my sister, isn't it?
And you see that she thinks about it for a little bit and looks up and down at you and goes, I believe so. Same
You
energy, same scent. A little bit different in design. You're similar but not.
Yes, You mentioned ravens, or it. How long?
About 2 weeks at max. The Mardikovs are very strong people. But eventually, their forces will be driven out of there. They cannot protect her much longer. If I were to guess, about 2 weeks.
Okay. Ari takes that down very seriously. Nods. And then asks, "Do you know if she's okay?"
You see that Strahd gives you a look that is almost both mixed with pity and concern. And answers honestly as best as she can and be like, a little scuffed up and dirtied from the trip.
One point of stress.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Ari looks minorly distressed at that. And then takes a moment to collect themselves, sees that there's only so much hallway left, and launches into their next question.
Yeah.
You mentioned a teleportation circle. Does it connect to a location near where she is?
Ooh. Let me look it up. I don't think so, but I could be wrong.
Anywhere closer than Valaki, at least, is the goal.
Where is Castle Ravenloft in this stupid... Oh, Chapter 4, Castle Ravenloft. Now, do I know where Actually, I'll just look it up on Google.
will save us. Save us, Google.
You know when you Google and you ask Google for it? Yeah. I said Google Curse of Strahd game. Into Google.
Google Curse of Strahd game.
I did write all the way in the old notes. Didn't I write what the teleportations took you?
Someone did. Can't remember.
I did not. Don't think Lynx took it.
I don't know if we were told where they all are.
There is like a chant on the door.
Okay, let me.
Like Yellowstone goes to yada yada.
Okay.
Ah, there it is. I found it.
In my notes?
No, I found it and I posted it in the general. I'm so smart.
Okay.
Here, let me open that. Yeah, actually, I did do it. I did. I changed how they are in Raw. Because there's only a couple of them, and, like, one of them takes you into, like, a bridge. And one of them, like, Raw, I think takes you to, like, Vargas's house. Like, you just exit out of Viktor Volakovich's, like, one of those mirrors or something like that in his, attic. And I was like, alright, I'm changing all these. But yeah, she nods her head and goes, I have one that exactly takes you to where you need to go.
Oh. That's interesting. Okay, I'm writing that down. Okay, Ari looks very eager and excited at that, and then remembers, I have things to do. Yeah, I should probably at least let the others know. But, like, several things cross their face as they think that through. And then, keeping in mind, again, that they only have so long to ask so many questions, move on. The boon you've just offered all of us, should your deal be accepted, it, based on what was discussed earlier, it would not be able to grant my sister freedom from this land, would it?
She shakes her head. Like, the most I can give her is protection from the land. Safety. But I cannot send her back home. That is a bargain you need to make with many dark things that I strongly tell you not to do.
Do you refer to the, I've heard mention of dark powers?
Those. Exactly.
I do not fully understand what those are, but I have one final question before I've already taken up too much of your time. Thank you for your patience. The fact that my sister is here makes me wonder if there is anyone else here that I would know, or if anyone else can come here at any time.
The longer you stay here, the more likely it is that you will draw people from your old life into this realm. That's the risk. Unless they start to forget about you. You've been gone for so long they do not remember who you are, and therefore have no reason to find you, therefore will not wander through the land searching for you, and the mist comes beckoning to your call. I did not bring her. The mist brought her here. Clearly she was looking for something that reminded her of you. A greater vengeance. A new purpose. a new beginning.
Okay. They do look slightly relieved at the mention of only people who will remember you could show up.
Yeah.
Because they're like, who's going to remember me? Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. They nod along. And seeing that they're almost at the end of the hall, they just say, and the other thing you mentioned in the note, I just thank you for your discretion and understanding in regard to more private matters. It is appreciated.
You see that she looks down at you before she goes over to join Anastasia at the end of the hall. Before like they take like a right into what you assume could be the kitchen. And she looks down at you and goes, "At one point I was you who had to hide most of my life. So I understand the pain behind it."
It is rare to meet someone who understands. And I think RA will bow again, offer an appropriate goodbye, and just hurry off back down the hall, just about sprinting again, because they're like, oh man, I don't know how to get back.
And you hear behind you that you have 10 minutes to discuss before they return.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah. And as if the castle is listening to you wanting to get back into the room, it's still a different pattern. Like you swore you just walked straight down, but you're going down different corridors and eventually you do make it back to the room with the door left a little bit ajar.
Okay.
For you to come back in.
All right. Ara's been gone for like, what, 2 or 3 minutes?
Yeah.
What have the others been up to?
Yeah, Ari dipped out. For what you missed, Beth Strahd stated that she has a favor to ask of all of you. To basically, find a snitch in her council. That she has many contracts in the land, and there are many people that she cannot touch due to those contracts. But you all are ne'er-do-well adventurers who are trying to see a good in the land, and therefore do not have ties that she has. So you can meddle and figure out, like, who this person in the council is basically either giving away Strahd's secrets or
When you say council,
yeah,
does that mean brides or does that mean anybody in the castle?
anybody in the council. She didn't specify it, but I, Abby, will say it's anybody in the council.
Okay.
From what you can assume, it is everyone but Anastasia. And Strahd. Obviously.
Sure.
Unless Strahd's,
Strahd
double...
crazy sleepwalking.
Exactly. Night Terror Strahd really fucking shit up for awake Strahd.
Okay.
And she will grant you guys a very powerful boon if you do that. They're individualized for each person. And Allegra suggested that you guys should actually talk about this before you agree to it. Or if, you want to come up with, different, statements to add to the contract. Contract, air quotes. Or you have questions to ask Strahd when she comes back in the room.
Oh, shoot.
She went to go get dessert for you guys with Anastasia, and then Ares scrolled themselves out of the room very quickly to go talk to Strahd.
Sure.
I forgot I had one more question for Strahd. Dang it.
You'll get another chance to talk to Strahd, probably. So you can just ask Strahd again at another point.
I suppose. I mean, I forgot all the contents of the note, and there was one more thing I wanted to ask about.
Do you want to go back on it?
Uh, yeah. Can we just retroactively squeeze in one more question and then go right back to where we were?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, in the middle of all of the other questions.
Yeah.
I asked one more.
Go for it.
You mentioned let me find the wording actually. You mentioned a resurrection. Who or what is the subject of that?
Okay. I'll roll this publicly, actually. Strahd. Where's your sheet? Street Bell Bonzaro, bitch. Right, I have 2 Strahd character sheets. A weaker one and a stronger one.
Sorry, it seems kind of important to know.
No,
Otherwise,
it is.
I could have just gone along, but
It is. I don't know if the disadvantage will work.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think before you ask the question, like the last question of just like, to be honest, I can't remember what the last question was that you asked.
It was just a thank you for not disclosing
Oh, yeah.
my secrets.
Thank you for not disclosing my secrets. I understand. I was you in a different life. I get that. You see that it seems that Strahd didn't process your question. And then for a second thinks about it a little bit longer, and you see that she scrunches her face a little bit in annoyance, and then goes, "That I'm not sure of. That's what's problem. That's what's problematic about it."
Cool. Yeah. All right. I would just nod at that and then continue on with their final thing. The end.
Dan, okay. You give Strahd a headache.
Yay.
Strahd thanks you for the headache.
It's what they deserve.
It's what they deserve, yeah. You give her an ouchie. Takes 1 point of psychic damage. It just gets immediately healed, so it doesn't really matter. And you guys, and you scurry back over to the room with the others. In the 2 minutes that RA has disappeared, Allegra has cast Bless on RA. And eventually you feel the concentration fizzle out as RA is not back. But it wasn't immediately fizzled out because RA was in trouble or anything, or RA's dead. It's more of like, time's up.
I think still flying toward that door. Like immediately as soon as that disappears.
Yeah.
Should we make some kind of save to see if we bump into each other?
Allegra can roll, either Allegra or RA can roll like a d20.
Okay. You want to roll it? Or, I mean, we can also.
That's a 2.
I feel like Allegra opens the door wider and RA just kind of zips through quicker. Like you almost narrowly hit each other.
Perfect timing.
Well, if you hit a 10, absolutely you would have smacked into each other.
Funny. Okay. Yeah, no, Ari's back in the room. They look so normal.
Allegra's just looking at RA over her glasses, like, what the fuck?
All right, just blinks rapidly, straightens their little outfit, and returns to their seat.
Okay, so then our Allegra will verbalize. What the fuck was that?
I had a question, that was all.
Okay. No. No. You
Yes.
disappeared down the hallway without excusing yourself, first and foremost, which is incredibly unlike you, to follow her.
My apologies then.
No,
Excuse me.
no. That is not the point. The point is warn me first, at least so I can make sure you're okay. Because I. And she, like, takes a breath and goes, warn us first before you do something that is reckless.
We were
Because
promised that
that
no harm would
was
come to us.
reckless. I do not trust her.
Nor do I. But a promise is binding.
Like, Allegra, like, takes a deep breath, her wings glow for a second, and then she relaxes. Fine.
I think Irina clears her throat and looks towards you, alright? Just try to, like, not deviate the conversation, but, like, calm it down and be like,
Mhm.
Did you get the questions answered like you wanted to?
Yes. Yep. That's fine. So we should decide now what to do about that deal, unless you already have.
To be fair, it looked like Allegra was very worried about your state. Lottie's been writing over there. And, Ismark and I have been having a silent conversation with ourselves about, what the fuck.
Oh, I was muted. Oops. I think Lottie's like looks up. Well, they say don't write during dinner. That's it. And you know, I sit there, and now I have a whole lot of stuff to catch up on.
I
So,
think I don't want to tell her if we find a rat.
I have no incentive to.
Right,
think it
but
is a
that's part of
test.
the deal, is that if we find it, we need to tell her.
Yeah.
But
So
I don't want to do that.
she cannot offer me anything that I would want, so I see no need to take it.
I believe personally that it is a test.
I agree.
Seek out which of us are likely to bend our morality to her side. Those who
Which
are willing to follow her.
I would assume that would be none of us.
What do you mean, bend our morality?
It is no secret in Barovia's history the deeds that she has done. In her mortal life, she was a warlord who called herself just, but fought for pride.
Ooh, before, for you, Sal, just because you know
Yes.
about a lot of, to my Barovians and the people who know about Curse of Strahd, Order of the Silver Dragon, that whole entire fight, deleted from your character's, brain space.
Yeah.
You know there is
I
a
wasn't
fight.
gonna mention it.
Okay, I was just saying. You know there's a fight, but you don't remember what it was for and why it was there. But you know Strahd won.
And she knows that all of us are trepidatious of her. And she is trying to test whose trepidations are rigid and whose are malleable. And in the process, removing someone from her court who she cannot trust. And perhaps, if we did a good enough job, supplanting that position.
Wouldn't that be a good thing? To take that position?
Not
In a
if we
way,
wanted to exact actual change.
it could be, but to have an ear in Strahd's court for us. However, bad idea in that she could keep her eye on you.
She could
Exactly.
try.
If
The
the
devil you
entire
know is better
purpose,
than the devil you don't.
if the entire purpose is to seek out a rat, and one of us gets attention shifted onto us, that puts us in the very same position as the individual she wants us to find. Now, I don't think it would be a bad idea to seek out this rat, but not under any kind of formal arrangement.
Okay.
I think we should not accept the deal, but I think we should find this individual regardless.
I would really like to know who this person is.
They could, if the cards shift the direction I think they will, be a good ally to us in a time of need.
Hmm.
We can be diplomatic about it and phrase it in a way that puts us under no obligation, and her neither. I personally want to leave as soon as possible, but that will not happen until morning. Most likely.
I think if we're not going to. I worry that if we accept the deal or deny the deal, and she catches us looking anyway, that'll be reflected poorly on us.
So don't get caught.
I mean, agree to help with no strings attached? Maybe?
I would not feel comfortable and entering a formal agreement in that sense.
Hmm.
I have a unique position as a witch where my promises are extraordinarily binding.
Well, I guess more so my line of thinking is if we happen. I don't know. Sounds bad either way.
Then do we just outright refuse? We have about 7 minutes to decide, by the way.
I had intended to refuse. If uh, if not for all of you, I would not have participated in general. My oath, much like Katarina's, is binding. If I do not follow through, I lose it. And she'll look pointedly at Ra when she
Who
says
shifts
this.
only somewhat uncomfortably.
And so, if I were to agree and then not follow through, I would lose my abilities.
So we say no, then?
At the very least, I will.
I mean, it
I will
feels.
frame it simply as it is not an arrangement I am personally interested in.
I mean, it
I
feels
go ahead.
strange. I guess. I don't know when it comes to something like this. I have like two camps, and it seems like at least most of us don't feel comfortable doing this.
I'll do it.
I could also.
That is very much your choice, Beth. I will support you in your own decision making, but I will not enter any pacts or contracts.
Katarina, I will allow you to speak for me on this matter as well.
If I enter a contract to try and you find out who the rat is, will you tell me?
If I find out,
All right.
Uh, I think
Beth, how would you phrase it?
How will I phrase what?
Sorry, I cut you off unintentionally, Lottie, but if you phrase it in a specific way, you don't have to obligate yourself to anything.
I will put in my best efforts to find this rat in the constraints of the protections I am given.
Hmm.
My oath is not as binding as your oath. I'm not a
Yes,
fae.
which is my exact predicament.
I can help you come up with wording if you would like. I have some experience with this. But we do not
That
have
would
long.
be helpful, but Lady Strahd has already made a promise to not hurt me, so I feel like most agreements, so long as I am in this castle, she cannot punish me for screwing up.
This visit.
Maybe.
It would. You at least have the security of knowing it would also not be in her best interest to go back on her words.
I
So if you are very thorough in your agreement, you have very little to fear if the pact is binding enough.
Well, I feel like I'll do it, but the boon I request will be requested upon completion of the task. I have a particular idea in mind, and I cannot run it by her now.
Lottie, your father. Do you have thoughts?
Mhm. I mean, I guess sort of in a similar vein, but also different, I guess. I think she kind of like scrunches her face up a bit. Sorry, I've got started a headache. I mean, yeah, like wording is pretty essential to how you want things to go. I mean, I don't know. I think of it in the way of it'd be very interesting to know who it was, but there's also the aspect, I guess, of turning it in to, you know, which will likely not go great. So I think in the vein of what I think Kat and Aleka were talking about, of figuring out like if we come across any information about it, could be an ally, but I think I think if as you're talking to people, you catch hints or the ideas of a thing. Sorry. In short, I probably wouldn't agree. Solely on the fact of the uncertainty of what would happen upon turning them in. But I think on the down low, if through talking to people we have we catch wind, it could help us in the way that we gain the knowledge of, hey, this this person could help us. But probably very difficult to do that, not under the promise of helping. Is sort of, I guess,
So,
my take on it.
ultimately, you all seem to be in agreement.
Everyone but Beth. I believe.
I personally do not disagree with Beth's perspective entirely.
Thank you.
I would not bemoan any of you taking the deal. I just will not.
Which is fine.
I
It is
will-
everyone's choice.
I will not swear an oath to a person whom I do not trust.
Meanwhile, I just have to be very careful with the things I promise.
Just never make promises.
That is one way to do things. Though if you do intend to make one, Beth, I can put together some wording for you if you'd like. Something to
Sure.
get you out of the worst of the obligation. Should you not want to fulfill it.
I'll put in the effort, but I don't think I should have to tell her unless she agrees on the conditions I lay out beforehand upon completion of the task.
That seems fair enough. So it is up to each of us individually then to make our own decisions.
Mm-hmm.
All right. After the ball, I must say that I do not intend to return to Vallaki, at least not immediately.
Where do you intend to go?
Elsewhere.
Alright.
Uh,
Please elaborate. For where you
Yeah.
go, I go.
it doesn't seem wise to split up a group
You
in
don't
a
know
place
what
like
you're
this.
doing here. I think you should take all the help you can get.
I will not stop others from going if they truly want to, but it is not something that it is somewhat far away and of moderate peril.
As if we are strangers to peril, alright.
Or travel.
Luckily, the travel part would be slightly less of an issue, in one direction at least, with the aid of the Lord here.
Then what is the issue?
It is a family matter.
And what do you think you are to us?
I think that makes Ari blink, very taken aback, and they visibly do not know what to say to that.
I swore an oath to protect you wherever you go. I intend to uphold that.
I suppose those who wish to come with me may just know that.
Well, I wouldn't put in so much effort to get you a birthday gift if I wasn't going to follow you.
And I think
Uh,
that would key in Lottie. That is Ari's birthday.
No, I was already told.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. All right. Fun.
But like,
Yeah, Ari looks a little
sorry.
exasperated.
Trying to catch my train of thought. We've already been traveling as a group, so I don't see what the issue would be in helping you out with a thing when we're already traveling together anyway.
The mists brought all of us together, and I, for one, am a strong believer in the power of coincidences. They are not often as accidental as people tend to think.
And
So where are we going?
That is the pressing question.
Since you all seem so insistent on joining me.
I mean,
Can't- I will not ask anyone to join me, but I will also not refuse.
all right. Look at it this way, right? Both of us aren't from here. What would it look like to you if, like, I just decided, I, who have never been here before, I'm just gonna go wander off into a land I've never been to, off on my own thing, and just see what happens. Which I haven't made the smartest decisions, but I don't think that's a terribly great move.
Again, those who wish to come may, but it's, to the best of my knowledge, somewhere between Berez or... No. Wait, hold on. I'm checking. Okay, no. To the best of my knowledge, it is somewhere between a winery and Yester Hill. To
You
the
see-
northwest.
Kat's eyebrows visibly furrow, and she goes, "Well, now you're definitely not going alone. Because you would die if you did."
Agreed.
It'd be
Alright.
fun though.
Grows quiet.
Yesterhill. The land of Barovia has always been populated. Before the kingdom that came before, that Strahd conquered in her youth, the land was home to a druidic people. And they continue to persist in spite of the kingdoms that took their territory. And their magic is ancient and primordial and powerful. So you will not go alone.
I know.
Then it's settled.
Just, I know this is most likely a trap. And I do not want to risk any of your lives.
Is it not better to travel with numbers instead of alone? Is that not like the first survival tip you're ever told?
Also, if we're following you, that's not you risking our lives, that's us risking our lives.
I suppose that's fair enough.
I mean, look where we are right now.
Alright. Your life is not worth less than ours. We can be equally concerned for yours as you for ours.
I think Ismark does clear his throat. As he and Irene had just been listening to you guys talk about it. To look at you, RA. And he goes,
Mhm.
Besides, if you go beyond yourself, you're not risking yourself, but the safety of your family. We don't know who this family is, but if they meet a great deal for you, that you're going to run out into danger by yourself, it would be best if you let us tag along with you to ensure both of your safety.
That is perhaps true. But it is not just family that awaits me there. I knew that there would be an old enemy of mine there, you might say. In connection, most likely, with those druids you mentioned.
May I take a guess?
I would
A hedge
prefer if you
mage?
didn't. Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Oh.
Not quite. But
Regardless, while you are within this land, which I call home, you will endure no challenge alone. And that is a promise. Magically binding.
I'm writing that down.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point, like, Allegra has grown quiet, but is glowing. Very clearly, like, there's a solemnness to the fact that she has made an oath to RA, which which she has specifically said that she would follow RA into the hells if
Mhm.
necessary,
Mhm.
and she feels disregarded in the moment,
Mhm.
and she will just remain silent for the remainder of the conversation.
Mhm. They can talk
I
about
think
that more later.
I think Lottie would give her like a you good look, but won't say anything.
Allegra will just give a small shake of the head, as in, don't say anything.
She doesn't. She goes back to kind of stenographing the conversation.
That does go for everyone else as well, by the way.
hmm
While within Barovia, none of you shall have to endure any challenges alone, while I have the ability to intervene.
Thank you. I too offer whatever I can to help out anyone because I mean we're already here. We're already all together. I don't see the point in not helping people that I consider to be friends.
We can revisit the subject later. All of your support is appreciated.
So I guess if we're circling back, the only one who seems interested in properly accepting the deal, which is finding the quote unquote rat and turning them in, seems to be Beth and maybe RA. Is that right?
Seems about right.
Yes.
If Beth intends to accept the offer,
I guess
I
Percival
see no
says
need.
yes.
I see no need to also.
I'll be accepting the offer.
If you engage with the offer in some way, other than refusal.
Yes. That's the goal.
Then it seems like we've all got our answers for whenever she gets back.
It should be any moment now. Ari says, with their innate sense of timekeeping.
Yeah. Babe, mute real quick.
Oh, sorry.
I'll get. You hear like a little knock at the door. You cannot deny her from coming in. This is her house, her rules. But she
It's
does,
her house.
she does very politely knock on the door to let you guys know that someone's coming in.
Yeah.
And the door swings open. You hear when Ari walked in, the door locked. In place, and then the door unlocks, opens, and you see Strahd carrying one platter, Anastasia carrying two in both of her hands, and then the other. Actually, how many of you Bucks eat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. and then the remaining 2 trays are floated behind them.
Oh, that's cool as hell.
Would you like any assistance, my lady?
You see Strahd smiles over at you and be like, none at all, it's fine. Mere telekinesis. Have these,
Allegra
lifted.
nods.
And like, taking them out of her hand and Anastasio's hands, she places the 5 trays to the people who do eat. It is a, what is this word? My
Send it to
brain.
me.
I will. It's right here. It's a blackberry.
Trifle.
Trifle. Yeah. What is a trifle?
It is a little bowl layered
Oh,
with cake
it's-
and custard and
oh, it's
fruits
so
and
cute.
jam
Fancy.
and delicious foods.
Yeah. So instead of like your typical like mixed berry trifle, it's made entirely out of. It's mostly blackberries. It's a very nice white custard filling with like a dark blue filling in the center to act as layers.
Delicious. Alright, unfortunately, has given up on pretending to have any interest in food, however, and just sits there with their hands in their lap.
But it is also sweets.
Yeah. Even that can't tempt them, unfortunately, which is some kind of miracle, because, before, presented with any kind of sweet, blom.
Blump. But it's in a cute little mason jar. It's so adorable. You want to eat it.
Yeah. Actually, there are trifle dishes.
But the
Very
mason
fancy
jar is
ones.
cuter.
I know.
It is. Mhm.
Yeah, they're like in cute little glasses of sorts.
Aww. Looks so yummy.
So yummy. Very tempting. Om, 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 om. And then there's like, you know, assorted like fruits that were brought in as well that just kind of sit on the table for that no one will pick at, but maybe one of you will pick at it.
Allegra will eat everything that's presented.
Yeah.
And say, for second verse, same as the first. Give me food, please.
Yeah. And you know that for you, Lottie, that your the after use spell is kind of taking away, so you enjoying all this food and sweets is like
It's eating
3
so
minutes
fast.
away.
She's eating like she has not eaten so many courses before this. Like a starving child.
Sorry, what'd you say? Brioche likes to only listen to me when we say go to bed.
What was I thinking? It's like a child starved. It's like I gotta eat this all before I can't eat it.
Yeah,
the same.
you see the plate in front of Lottie, and then you blink and it's gone.
And she's cleaning up and just make sure she doesn't make a mess.
Yeah.
She has some kind of manners.
But you guys enjoying your little sweet desserts. Strahd goes back to they both don't bother sitting down as after this conversation is happening. You guys are gonna move on to getting dressed up. So she and Anastasia are just kind of at the side of the chair, waiting. And they go,
Mm-hmm.
have you all thought about my proposal? Do you need any more insight why I'm doing this? Stipulations?
I have a stipulation, but I do think I will be participating in your deal.
You see she nods and goes, and then what is it?
I will help look for the rat. However, in return, I want something. I won't tell you what it is until I know who the rat is. And if you agree to that stipulation at the time, then I will tell you their name.
I see she raises a brow and goes, either or you are getting a powerful boon from me. You name it, as long as it's in my power, I will do my best. The only
All
thing
right.
at the moment that is off the tables is that I cannot, obviously, let you leave or bring someone out of the mist. I
Of
cannot
course.
disappear or step down in power, as that is not how my curse dictates.
That's not what I would want at all.
And she nods her head and goes, and you want to tell me your boon before you tell me the information is how you want it to go, correct?
Correct. I will, when I find out who they are, I will let you know that I have found them out and we will make our deal then. And we will exchange a favor for a favor there.
She nods her head and goes, I can deal with that. That is certainly fine.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
And then she turns to the others and kind of raises a brow at you all and goes, has anyone else come to an agreement or a disagreement?
Are the rest of us saying no? I'm just making sure.
Allegra
Yeah.
had said that Katarina may speak for her.
Yes, I
Because
saw
Allegra
that.
has no intention to take this deal.
Yeah, Kat's also entirely free to speak for Lottie as well.
Was
More
Aria
so
going
be the
to
mouth.
agree or no?
No.
Okay. So it looks like Kat's speaking for everyone else.
She's diplomatic.
so-
She can handle it.
Kat will regard Strahd and say, the rest of us have decided, for our own individual personal reasons, that the deal does not appeal to us and do not plan on taking it.
I think you all could outwardly pick up that she is a little disappointed. But that disappointment kind of blinks away with like a stretch of her body. And she flicks her hands open, or flicks her hands away, and the doors to the south open up. And you see Leaf at the end of the hallway jump a little bit at the door suddenly opening up. And Strahd just looks at you all and goes, well, if that is the case, if any of you decide to change your mind, I'm sure the wives' tale of saying my name 3 times has been passed around. Simply just say my name on the wind, full title, and I will hear you out if you decide to change your mind. Or you could be clever like your friend here and decide it when you find out if you want to partake in this deal or not.
Oh, I thought she was gonna sit like on the train of like the name thing and be like, or you could write my name out.
No.
That's what
Lady
I thought it was,
Vondarovich, I have a request.
Just like a cat who is immediately see prey, immediately clocks you because you just said her name out loud. And her full attention is on you. And she goes, yes.
Do the windows open?
Certainly, but why?
I need to fly off some steam. I will not be leaving the grounds, but I need to get some air. I assure you I will not leave the grounds of the castle. Just its airspace.
You see, she thinks for a moment and goes, "The dressing room has a balcony. Just fly out there, so you know where to
Thank
go
you.
back."
Thank you, my lady.
I heard an ah, an
Me.
Yeah. You kid in the back.
Me. Shit. Allegra's across the table from you. Fuck. I can't reach you.
Can I insight that?
What?
Oh, you don't have to. Allegra's pissed.
Uh-huh.
It is very obvious on her face. Allegra's pissed.
Whenever we go, like, to leave, Lottie will pass, Allegra, like, a folded up, note.
Basically,
Just as, like, a note.
Strahd will basically very casually tell you guys to that since none of you would partake in her deal, you can just say your name and then she will listen to what you have to say if you decide to change your mind, or if you want to do Beth's route. If you come up with the information yourself and you do want to trade it for a boon, you can.
Right.
But there's no actual no contract has been made with Beth and Strahd yet.
Yeah.
It's basically on Beth's terms. If Beth decides I want to spill the deal, I want to spill the tea or
Yeah.
not.
That does sound like a really good way to do it, actually.
Yeah.
Uh,
No one took the bait immediately.
yeah. I think as, like, we're all getting ready to head out, I'll just walk over, hand her a piece of paper. Allegra.
Allegra will take it and nod. And kind of head, I think wordlessly, to the dressing room.
I'm sorry, Abby, interrupted you.
No, you're good. You guys are kind of like, escorted out. Bye-bye. Get out of here. Scram. And Strahd says that Leaf will take you to the dressing room. But as Allegra kind of storms past, you see this old man very frantically going, "Walls, follow her to the dressing room. Chop chop."
And she'll kind of look to Leaf and go, "Are there any spots on the roof that are off limits? I know no basement."
The northern tower. Try to avoid that.
Thank you.
There's also little decorations on the top of the roof to avoid birds from, resting at the top.
And
But
she kind
also-
of looks back to her wings as if to kind of be like, "No, that was the point."
Yeah. Like the gothic, kind of.
Yeah, the kind that bird, ravens will perch on.
Yes.
She's looking to perch as well.
Yeah. But you can do on the top of the different towers that are on. Just don't go to the northern tower.
Yeah.
Or just kind of hang out on the the edge, the lip of a roof.
Yeah.
Watching everyone come in cart. You'll probably see people coming in on carts to Castle Ravenloft at that point.
I think she's watching for her sister.
Yeah. Yeah. Leaf warns you about that, and kind of with a little lantern catches up to you, which is quite a feat for a very old man. Just to ensure, and the lantern in his light has a little flickering blue flame that kind of moves around to direct the structure of the corridors that you're going ahead. And you hit a dead end, and then he holds the lantern up, and it reveals a doorway that opens up, and you guys are basically in a very large, I don't want to say a parlor room, but very similar to a parlor room, that is just decked out in different styles of outfits, dresses, uniforms. There's fabric scrolls, swatches, anything you could think of for a sewing disaster dream or curse
Right.
or nightmare. It is very messy, but with a purpose kind of ordeal.
Messy, but you know where every part of them, like, it's the messy, but, like to the person who made the mess, they know exactly where this thing is.
And Leaf, like, kind of announces your presence by going, Mistress Gertruda, I'm sorry, and then he kind of looks at you guys, and he's like, sorry for this. Mrs. Gertruda, I brought the guest over for their fittings. And you hear a very excited squeal of not a young teen, but like a very young adult, like someone probably in their 20s. Come around the corner in a very pretty, like, purple ball gown kind of outfit. Or not ball gown, like the Victorian kind of style, like high collar dresses, but in a purple, like a dark purple, light, like a plum with a lavender accent to it.
Like a walking dress?
Yeah, I would say so. And her hair is like half in a bun, half resting on her shoulders. She's kind of pictured in a way where she looks far too young for her age. Like big, like her face is not quite matured, I don't want to say. Whereas like big eyes, but they're big, bright baby blues that are staring up at you all and taking you all in. And she has like gloves on that are what you could assume are arcane stitched with like glyphs and stuff to make sewing a little bit easier and quicker. And she kind of claps her hot eyes excitedly as she looks at everyone up and down, and she goes, "Oh, perfect! You're the honored guest. How can I help you? Who's going first? Who wants to get dressed up first?"
If no one else, I'll volunteer.
Has Allegra already fucked off?
I think Allegra will kind of make pleasantries with the Gertruda and kind of go, "Ma'am, while they are getting dressed, I already am. What is your balcony?"
Behind the 3 ballroom gowns, and to the left. I think there's some swatches, kind of like scrolls of fabrics, just kind of leaning on it. Just push them aside.
Yes, ma'am. I will try not to make more of a mess than already is. And then she will move them and then take off as literally as fast as she can.
She's already grabbed your hands, Lottie, and is moving you to behind like a little like screen just to get properly fitted.
I will follow and like hover nearby as if they want to go next.
Okay.
Ari goes behind the thing. Ari goes behind.
No. Oh, you're changing in here, Lottie? Oh, fascinating. Let me sit here and watch.
I have to have a very important conversation with you while you're changing. It can't wait.
I gotta talk to you right now.
No. Ari just wants to go next.
That's fine. You can talk to her through the screen. I'm sure it is not soundproof if you need me.
Ari just is standing there staring off at the windows, looking distracted.
Yeah. And not at the shadows or nothing. It's like, ooh, look at the outside. It's still Barovia.
Yeah. And I think like as like Lottie is getting properly helped out with her outfits via Gertruda, like there is some like unseen servants kind of meandering about, holding like little like tape rulers or something like that to get everyone's adjustments, but it's just completely invisible. It's like, okay, here's like a little rope and they're trying to get adjustments and they're like and they keep walking. Some of them are writing down in paper, like just you see paper just being held up and taking down like notes with everything.
We love a good unseen servant.
Yeah, there's just a bunch of unseen servants that are just holding up swatches to people and going like,
Listen, there's no... Listen, once your like mortal enemy has read all of your life story, there's very little shame to go around.
Yeah. Yeah, to everyone else, you are being bothered by unseen servants who can cannot talk to you, but are just like gesturing like, do you like this color palette? Do you like this color palette? And there's like a piece of paper floating behind them as they're jotting it down, going yes to green.
There's a color. There's a color palette, and then there's like another piece of paper. YN. You like this YN? Lottie is Lottie is a yap fest.
Mhm.
She does not shut up.
Yeah, and you're talking to an equivalent of a young 20-year-old girl who is fascinated by the adventures or like things that you've seen outside of the castle. And she'll give you like this sob story of like, her mother had passed away and she ran away from home, and tried to make a business well, she didn't really run away from home when her mother died, but like, you know, left her home behind because there's nothing left for her there.
Yeah.
Tried to make a business out of herself, started to like make clothes and articles, but no one really appreciated her style of clothes. And then she came across Lady Anastasia, who brought her to the castle. And basically Strahd offered her like a deal of like, you can live here, whatever you want to do. You just have to be our royal seamstress. And this 20-year-old was like, done. I get to live in a castle. And you can very tell that she is very fairy tale enthused in the sense of like, I am basically a princess in a castle, but not really a princess, but I'm living like a princess in a castle.
Yeah, it's you like you've seen those videos where it's like it's a clip from that fucking one rhythm game where it's the yapper and like the flexing guy.
Yeah.
But it's just the two yappers back
Yeah.
and forth.
Yeah, you're just going yada 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 yada. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, exactly, baby.
Well,
Uh,
I just enjoying being pampered, and
yes.
someone else has to deal with her long ass hair.
Allegra, what are you doing outside? What are you doing?
Crying.
Oh. Okay.
That is legitimately what she went to do. To sit on the roof and cry.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
She doesn't do that in front of people.
Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, I mean, Allegra was visibly, noticeably upset, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, in the midst of all the yapping, I think Ari would kind of drift over towards where Kat is. Because Kat and Allegra know each other. Right? They knew each other in advance. Was that established?
I think knew of each other, maybe?
Kind of in passing. It's like, oh, yes, like, probably, like, attending other, like, galas or things in the past. It's like
Mhm.
passing glances at each other because we're both considered nobility.
Mhm.
Yep.
But, like, we didn't really start bonding until we wound up bound together by the mist.
Mhm.
Allegra's childhood friends are Ismark and Irina.
Okay. Then,
And Kat
hypothetically...
lived an otherwise really sheltered life before fleeing home.
Mhm. Would Irina and Kat be in the same corner of the room?
If that is what you wish.
Yeah, if that's easier for you.
Yes.
I think no matter what, Irina keeps looking at different swatches of purple and then looking at Kat with a questioning look of like, this one?
Oh, okay. Beth just didn't want to interrupt. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're over there in the corner looking at swatches and being fussed over.
Yes, it's
Yes,
ideally.
yes.
Okay. So Ari wanders over absentmindedly. And after like 2 minutes of standing there just kind of staring at the window, I think she just kind of sort of says to the air, to the individuals standing in their immediate vicinity,
Yes, I see.
Allegra seemed upset.
She did indeed.
They
Do
seem
you
confused.
do you want the easy answer or the honest answer?
You've always been fairly insightful about things, so give me your honest appraisal.
Allegra de Lemon is a paladin, and very similar to me as a witch. Paladins often align themselves with holy beings, but that is not the truth of where they get their power. They get their power from conviction, from their oaths. Allegra made an oath to protect you. And you, in a manner that we have all grown accustomed to, were prepared to fly the coop, so to speak, go off on your own. And we care about you deeply, and that care will continue to stay. But it can be, and I mean this with utmost affection and care for you, exhausting to know to know that we still have to chase you. You are welcome here. You are loved here. You do not need to run, and you can rely on us. And it is fair for us to expect you to rely on us.
So with the critical fail on a wisdom saving throw,
Yeah.
Ari's crying.
Oh.
Kat will open her arms to you. All right. Even if you don't stay in Barovia in the long run, you are here now, and we care for you now, and you can depend on us now. And all Allegra wanted, most likely, I don't live in her head, is to be asked to be there for you. That is what she swore.
I think
And-
Ari hesitated for a moment, but eventually does go in for the offered hug.
Okay, Kat will take you in, give you a tight hug.
I am sorry.
That's okay. All right. I understand you come from a very, very different life. And trust is not a thing that comes quickly or naturally in a lot of circumstances. But your trust means more to Allegra because of the oath she swore to you. And I think it would be a good idea.
I should fix this.
Yes, I think a word should be had with you and Allegra. But listen to me
Yes.
carefully, okay? Because I want you to understand, despite my harshness. I do not think you messed anything up, per se. Because again, in whatever world you came from, in whatever life led you here, flying solo was probably safer for you. And that is a hard instinct to unlearn. And I know, because I've been there. Before I met Beth, and before I started training under Baba Axinia, I traveled on my own throughout the forests around Vallaki. And you managed to survive being a lone wolf. I was not so lucky. Different worlds, different experiences. The point being, wolves travel alone. Birds move in flocks.
Not all birds, but I see your point.
You know what I mean, okay? The point is, and also wolves don't travel alone. It was a bad
No.
metaphor. We can strike that
No.
from the books.
I didn't want to correct you, but I'm like, there are lone wolves, but
In
most
fact,
of them
no.
are in family packs.
Yes. So Cat still said all that, but we'll double back and say, in fact, actually, allow me to correct the metaphor. There is no such thing as a lone wolf. Wolves travel in packs because it is safer and more efficient to travel in packs.
Still, the sentiment is correct.
Of course.
I think, all right, steps back from the hug, wipes their own face.
But it is important for me to tell you. It does not have to be an apology. All it has to be is a conversation about expectations.
Wise, as always.
I did, yes, wise, as always. We're going to forget about the wolf and the bird thing.
The metaphor, I said wise, not entirely accurate, but your point was made.
Of course. Thank you.
And
I believe I am up next for measurement. So while I am doing that, you should seek out Allegra.
It's like
Yes.
it's like a tag in, tag out system. It's like Lottie coming up near the tail end, patting your shoulder. You're next.
Yeah. Tell Gertrude I'll be just a minute, please.
Yeah. I think Ari nods and then goes to walk away and then turns back and like goes to take Kat's hand a little bit.
Cat will accept it.
And Ari just looks at Kat intently while holding her hand, squeezes it gently, and nods again with determination, and then heads off.
Cat's gonna need to grow more hands. The whole
Yeah, you fly off. Cat looks at her hand for a little bit and then goes over to get her measurements done.
Irina's just shaking her head in the distance.
Oh my god. It's fine. This is fine.
Irina's just looking at these bunch of hopeless idiots and going like, this is not the romance story I was expecting.
Has Irina considered everybody has at least 2 hands, if not more?
Irina has considered that polyamory is a thing, and yes, but how much drama is in this group is what's going like, I don't need to have a book. I'm watching a live soap opera happening right in front of me.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah. And if
Okay,
anything,
that's
Irina gives you like 2 thumbs up as encouragement of like, you got this.
Mm-hmm. All right, nods appreciatively as they jump onto the balcony in a weird little gremlin crouch and then jump off and turn into a bird.
Jump
I
off
think
the balcony.
Allegra is
eat
on the
shit.
tallest tower she could find that wasn't the one that she was banned from.
Mm-hmm. I imagine she's pretty easy to spot in the moonlight,
Yeah,
right?
Big fuck off wings that kinda glitter in the moon.
Cool.
Yeah, you just see that she's like on like the second highest tower
Cool. Yeah. All right.
that is
So,
connected
I guess-
to the highest tower.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I guess a few more minutes pass, and Allegra eventually spots a small hummingbird approaching. Ah, wild.
I will say, just for your bird's eye view, and for Allegra, you guys do feel like you are being watched, there is like a couple of just like I want to say
The ravens.
ravens. I don't want to say ravens. I
Yeah.
think I would just say crows in this case.
Mhm.
Um,
I think Allegra has been feeding them like jerky.
yeah. And you could see that some of them have like a higher intelligence, not like the ones in the inn, but more of like these are keeping an eye on you to ensure your safety.
Yeah.
As Strahd promised to make sure that you stay safe at all costs. So you just have little sentries keeping an eye on you. And like when RA dipped out of the balcony, like a crow kind of not near RA, but like to the left and very high in the sky is just kind of following you.
Mm-hmm.
Very
I mean, Strahd already knows.
Yeah, very very terrifying for a little hummingbird to be stalked by a crow.
Yes, and this hummingbird is kind of rocketing towards Allegra very quickly.
Yeah.
Top speed.
Yeah. From anyone probably on the ground, it just looks like a giant bird of prey is sitting on top of the fucking thing. Because that's kind of what Allegra's wings look like.
Yeah.
They're owl wings.
Yeah, big bird of prey, or someone's like, damn, Strahd really got a new gargoyle kind of sentry unit that's on the highest tower, I guess. Weird, cool. Look at these lights. Look how pretty it is.
Damn, it's gorgeous up here.
Haha.
Speaking
it-
of gorgeous, yeah. So I would approach Allegra. What does Allegra do?
She just kind of sits there. She watches, but she sits there.
Okay.
She's kind of wrapped in her wings. As RA gets there, it's very obvious because her tears are hard to wipe off without like soap and water. So it is very obvious by the silver streaks down her face that that she's been sobbing.
Okay. Ari gets up real close before transforming back and immediately is kneeling in front of Allegra. And this is possibly one of the first times you've seen them transform back. I don't remember for sure. Either way, it's with a flutter of green magical sparkles and a little burst of wind and feathers. Nothing too elaborate. But they are kneeling in front of Allegra and looking at her with deep concern. And they're like fully kneeling on one knee with the other raised.
If you kneel like that, you will fall.
I will be fine, but you are not.
No, I am not.
I upset you?
Clearly, yes.
I am sorry.
It is
I did not
okay.
Mean to.
You are already forgiven. I just needed to fly it off. I will be all right. Thank you for the apology. I felt disregarded in the dining hall.
I knew that you would come with me if I told you.
Yes, I would. All right, my oath. I told you, no matter where you were, be that the hells themselves, I would fly through them just to protect you.
I know.
I do not make oaths lightly.
I
do not speak these words and bind myself to you lightly. I broke my old oath. Swear that one to you. I would not have done that if I did not mean it. And I swear it again and would again and again ad infinitum. So to be brazenly told that if I did not wish to follow you, that I did not have to, felt like a disregardment of everything that I swore to you. And that hurt severely. I have my own family matters that I need to deal with. I have to kill my own father to depose him. He is a being far beyond my capability, and I would have never gone in alone. And you were the first person I was going to ask for help.
But of course I would.
So why would you not think to at least ask me to go with you?
I because I didn't want you to die too.
It is fine.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Do you know why? Because I swore if by my life or death you would be safe. That was the promise I made to you. The oath I swore.
I know, which is why I didn't want you to come. I
It will be
have
fine.
been avoiding this person for so long. But now I have no choice but to face her to save my sister.
Then do not face her alone. I
If
am. You called Lottie Vater in the dining hall. You are Vir. Do you know what they call my kind? Aesir. God-blooded. I fear no Vater. I fear no Ver. Or what's the other word?
Kith.
Kith. I fear no Kith. My word and my body are more powerful than I could ever express. One day, I will have the same power as my father.
But you don't yet.
I will. And if that means I must force my body, like, to have that power, I will do so, just to protect you.
But
And
you...
that is something that I still swear, and will swear, for the rest of my life. No matter how long or short it may be.
I cannot ask this of you. I know
You
you
do
have
not
offered...
have. You do not
Allegra,
have to.
I did not intend to return. Ari's not looking at Allegra anymore.
And if you did not, I would find you. For that is what I swore.
You would not be able to find me.
Oh no. You do not know that. If you die in Barovia, you are trapped in Barovia. Azimar are very long-lived creatures. I would find you.
I think Ari blinks, not expecting that kind of response at all. and they seem a little confused. How long would that even take?
Would not matter. I would wait as long as necessary. But I would find you. My blood would tell me.
Allegra, I appreciate you and I do appreciate all that you do and all that you've promised, but I cannot ask you to keep me safe when I do not intend to. What? There are some ills that are necessary.
Necessary. How so?
I, a good sibling will go to any lengths to save another. She was good to me. She saved me, and I left. So now it's my turn to repay the favor.
This person who has your sister, do you believe them more powerful than our entire group combined?
Yes.
Fine. If that is the case, then I will die standing next to you.
Oh.
And standing next to the entire group, should it come to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Ara's eyes start welling up with tears again.
Oh
And-
yeah, Allegra's been sobbing through this entire conversation.
Yeah. Okay, so they're both on the roof crying.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, after a moment of crying silently, mind you, like no sobbing or anything, just an even, quiet breathing as tears flow freely down their face.
Allegra, she terrifies me. I am terrified for you.
Don't be. As I said, I, by my life or death, will keep you safe.
But what if I willingly give up my life? Would you stop me?
Yes.
That is the problem.
Do you understand what it means for me to willingly, for you to willingly give up your life?
In theory, my sister would be safe. She would accept the deal, and I could offer myself in exchange.
Do you understand what that means for my oath, Are?
I don't know what would happen.
It would mean I must offer myself in exchange for you.
She wouldn't accept that.
You think someone as powerful as this witch, whomever this may be, would not accept the blood of someone who is godkin?
She needs my blood, my sister's blood.
For what purpose?
To bring something or someone back. I don't know what exactly, and this information could all be wrong, but I can't take the risk that it could be right and not act on it. I don't know why she would need our blood specifically, but she needed it once before.
Hey, can I suggest an insight roll?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, cool. Great. Cool. With that 9 I rolled on deception, giving myself a disadvantage because Ari is actively crying still. Ari has an idea of why their blood was needed before.
You are not telling me the whole truth.
They're shocked at being called out on it. I don't know why she would need it specifically now.
But you knew before.
Perhaps.
It is fine. You do not have to tell me.
I
I need.
Okay, just
When the time comes.
no, just don't look at me any differently, please, after I say this, and don't say anything to anyone else.
Are it is my solemn vow to keep your secrets, as it is my vow to keep you safe.
Okay. So before she specifically needed royal blood.
Oh, wonderful. Does it have to be royal or can it just be noble?
It was very specifically from a princess.
Hmm, I see.
Ari pulls out their blade, their emerald rapier.
This is a litmus for that. Any blood put on it will register as either ordinary or royal, and there's a very noticeable way that it reacts.
Allegra reaches forward, grabs the blade, and rakes her hand across it.
Yeah, you smear some silver blood on it.
That
DM, how does the blade react?
It doesn't.
Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't.
well, okay.
Ari will sigh, look at Allegra like, you didn't have to. Why did you?
Testing a hypothesis.
They sigh.
I needed a cut on my hand anyway.
what for?
Another hypothesis.
Okay, well, here.
And Ari will prick their finger on it, on the sword, and smear a small amount of their own blood on the emerald blade. And I believe I've described what happens to you, DM. Shall I describe it for the audience?
Yes, you may.
Cool. Yeah. So as soon as Ari's blood makes contact with the blade, it begins to bloom into a deep crimson. All of the emerald takes on this deep red hue instead of the bright green that it once was.
Well,
See?
deals of this nature can often be bargained.
That was my intent. One royal for another.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I still consider myself such, but blood doesn't lie.
Well, if I may. I believe that you should have told me.
I know.
Just no, listen to me. I believe that I would have sworn my oath regardless to you, just so
It
you're aware.
wasn't relevant before.
I know,
We're so far from home,
I know.
and I haven't been there in decades. I'm different now. I look different. I sound different. I am a different person. I go by a different name.
Secrets always come to light. Always.
I've never been around people long enough for it to, except in one instance, and that went poorly.
Well, I understand. I allowed myself to, as my father called it, mingle among the people of the village. I got attached. I loved those people, loved my mother. He always said we were above that. We were Aesir. And I let his words go because other people deserved to feel what I could do and heal them, not just physically, but I counseled children whose families could not survive the harshness of Barovia. I let myself get attached, and then almost all of them died. Torn to shreds by wolves. And I did not let that stop me. And I will not let this stop me. Just because I am hurt now does not mean I cannot soldier on and continue to be the loving person that I will continue to be for the rest of my life.
I have not told anyone else this.
I figured, as secretive as you are as a person, I did not expect you to tell me, even in this circumstance.
I felt I needed to in some way make up for not trusting you before, or acting as though I did. I knew you would offer to come with me.
I would have gone even if you had refused me.
I figured.
These wings are not just for show. I would have followed as quickly as possible.
It was
But
very fast. I didn't have time to.
I understand. You were panicking all through the dinner. You barely ate.
She's my sister.
I know she is. I would do the same for mine. Vasilka is everything to me. That is that is one of the major reasons why I have to kill my father. Because she is endangered by him the longer she's with him. He let all of those people die, and was going to until I begged him to give me the power to save them. And then when I did, when he gave me that power, he ripped away a part of me that defined me in my eyes, ripped my wings from my back, and still allowed the majority of the people to die.
If we had the time to save your sister
Oh,
first,
trust
I
me.
would come with you.
Trust me, I have the opportunity now. Do you think I am going to let her return to Krezik after this ball?
Oh,
I am going to bring her with me
I
I should not have let her go in Valaki, but my father was expecting her.
You intend to bring her,
I do,
even if you follow me?
especially if I follow you. My sister is incredibly strong. Despite her aloof demeanor and often excitableness, she is incredibly strong.
I think. All right. Sighs deeply and then gets up from kneeling and sits next to Allegra. Heavily.
You probably shouldn't bring her with you,
And why not?
because we're definitely going to die.
No, we are not.
You may think that, but you have not seen this individual.
I do not need to see them. I have faith. And not in any higher power. I have faith in you.
Allegra, she's the one who did this to me.
Yes. And as such, I will make her pay.
The faith in me will get you nowhere.
Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will. Trust me. Trust, if nothing else, in me.
I want to. I think I can.
Good. I will
To-
never give you a reason not to.
Just don't want to see you fall to harm.
Alright. In the life I have chosen, the life of someone who would put her life on the line for a person in need, regardless of a person that I love,
That hasn't
that is
changed.
my.
I'm not
Mhm.
who you thought I was.
That will never change. Why would it change?
Because I'm a different person than what I was presenting myself as.
It's more to love, more to learn. As you learn about a person, no matter what their secrets, no matter who they are, it's just more to the adventure.
But
That is
They're kind of
that-
floundering, like they're looking for another reason to try and get Allegra to say no.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And I think the only thing they can come up with is like it takes them a second. They're kind of floundering over there as Allegra's talking, and then they just suddenly burst out with
Allegra, I'm not a woman.
Alright, I'm bisexual.
Oh. Okay. Can't think of anything else.
Was that really what you were worried about?
Perhaps.
Have you not seen me? I have literally flirted with both Irina and Ismark in front of you.
I thought you were joking with Ismark.
No! I have had the crush on that very pretty boy since I was like 11.
You too? I mean, really?
Yes, you too. No, I've picked up on it.
I.
No, you don't have to lie to me. Me and Irina, don't tell Irina I've told you this, have been trying to set you and Ismark up the entire time.
What? Our is deep, deep red.
Because it's adorable.
Even redder. They're mortified. Is it that noticeable?
Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And yet you still.
Uh-huh. You have 2 hands.
I suppose you're right.
Do you think you are the only one who I am pursuing?
I did not assume so.
Alright, let me explain something to you. I had 2 mothers and a father.
I mean,
Polyamory
I'm
is
not
a wonderful thing.
I'm not unfamiliar with the concept. I just didn't consider the fact that I suppose prospects plural would ever be an
Mhm.
option.
That is because you did not expect trust to ever be an option.
No, I didn't.
And now? What about now?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I need to go and wash the silver off of my face. It is the unfortunate reality of when you cry tears of blood.
If that's blood, then why did you?
Why did I
Nari
what?
holds up their sword again.
Oh, that is... There's... This is not enough for what I need. And I can't cry on command.
I'm still sorry that was my fault.
It is more than just you, I promise. It was not all you that I needed to come up here and cry about. I misunderstood and blamed someone whom I did not need to for the death of my mother, and then I was rude to that person at dinner. I have disgraced myself and my family, and my mother would have been ashamed by how I acted at dinner. And I know that, and I knew that going into it, but I did it anyway. Because I let anger cloud what I truly believe. I have done many things tonight that I regret. But one thing that I will not let be a regret is the way I treat you, because it will never change. Now, I must, after this, attend to that disgrace.
Ari puts a hand on Allegra's shoulder, kind of like grips around the base of the bicep, you know?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Oh, she's jacked, so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And like, Ari has long fingers. They probably don't get that far. Anyway. Yeah, they look at Ari and Allegra intently and like very intensely, like leaning in, looking up through their feathery eyelashes at Allegra. And they say, if we survive this, I will help you with anything. Everything. If you need help from me now,
Allegra doesn't even. Allegra does not respond with like words. She just leans in, kisses Ari on the cheek, spreads her wings, and takes into the sky.
Cool. 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 All right, that's a 16 on a wisdom saving throw. So I think they only sit on the roof for 4 minutes.
Allegra does wait and just kind of goes, "Fly with me. I promised you we would fly together. Come on."
You're a lot faster than I am.
Then come here. I will carry you.
That is an offer that is not unappealing.
I am assuming you have not flown on the wings of a bird of prey.
No. I've only ever been prey.
Well, now you may try it. If you have not noticed, mine are the wings of an owl.
Okay, yeah. You see them take another moment to contemplate, and then visibly, their face, their shoulders shrug. Their entire demeanor just says, "Fuck it, why not?" And they stand up.
Allegra will scoop Ari up, bridal style, and then fly them down in a spiral toward the window.
That's fun. Cool. Yeah, Ari feels very normal about all of this. The swooping in their stomach is only because of gravity and inertia, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys just kind of, with a gust of wind, kind of announcing your arrival back into the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. As like,
Allegra's wings cause
yeah,
updraft.
yeah, and like a bunch of like scraps of paper. Some of the unseen servants lose their papers into the wind, and then you just hear the sound of like a book being dropped, and then a door opening, like someone just quit.
Oh. This book at the shelf's not big enough.
Did I disturb your measuring? I'm sorry. She will say to the unseen servant.
There's so many around you that you also can't see them too.
Yeah.
And you just feel a hand being pat on your back. And then a piece of paper that just says, "Okay." With a thumbs up.
Fantastic. She will put RA down and kind of, could anyone point me toward a washroom? I must freshen up.
You hear Gertruda over like the sounds of getting like Ismark at this point probably tailored. And she shouts from over like the curtain screen and be like, just
It was difficult.
Jester. It was difficult.
I unlocked my phone and it was still on TikTok from earlier.
Ismark was difficult? What?
No.
Canon now.
Absolutely.
Gertruda shouts and be like, just go out the main door, take a left, take another left. It's like the door right next to us.
Thank you, Gertruda. Do you mind if I am next?
Of course.
I need decoration for my wings.
Absolutely. And if you need any makeup, I could do that too.
Thank you. I will. I have kind of cried mine off.
It's okay.
And
We got this. You stop moving.
She will step into the next room and wash the blood off her face.
Yeah. Allegra goes to wash her face. Ari is just standing exactly where they got dropped off. In a slight daze.
I think you just get a pat on your shoulder from Irina, who just comes over. Probably in the lower half of the dress. Or no, not the lower half of the dress. Or probably in small clothes that are kind of tailored so she can put the dress on soon.
Hoop skirt, crinoline,
Yeah.
all that.
Yep.
It's gonna be a very big hoop skirt.
Yup. She's very awkwardly standing in the corner or something like that, but she does like pick it up and then kind of like awkwardly move towards you, just to give you like a pat on the shoulder and be like, "You should probably move from away from the window. You okay?"
The window? That's a large skirt.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Gertruda says that I was born for this outfit.
An outfit wider than you are tall?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I couldn't say no. I got Lottie to try to help me, and she started waving like pins at us.
I imagine somewhere Lottie is just it was trying to sit but is standing uncomfortably.
Lottie is also just like ready to be put into the dress at this point. Like I imagine like both Irina and Lottie's hair and makeup are done. But the preparations for
help.
your dresses are a little bit more extravagant compared to the others.
Yeah.
So
God
you're
help.
the last to be put into it.
God help the people doing Lottie's hair. There's so much.
Yeah.
There's so much of it.
It's okay.
Listen, homies.
We tried to buy you time because she asked where you were, and then we said you went out, and then she's like, "What do you mean she went out?" And we're like, "Well, out the window, you know."
Right.
Finally panicked.
Apologies.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Hopefully, this wasn't for you, like the hoof skirt and everything. Maybe I took the fall for you.
Lottie in the distance. I hope we took the fall for this.
I'm sure you'll look lovely.
Mm-hmm. I think you just hear Irina grouching, like just rumbling under her breath, like, "Yeah, I look pretty lovely." And this is gonna be a nightmare to take off.
I'm just saying, the thing that's funny about this to me is that Lynx was the one who designed the outfits for the character, and I love the idea in canon that this is the dress RA would have worn had they not flown out to talk to Allegra.
Wait, no, that's so funny.
It's also Irina just being blind optimist. Like maybe because I took your spot in line, I took the fall for you.
Yeah.
So you're welcome.
Yeah.
I was offered a gown when they first arrived at the castle, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
This is just her being blindly optimism, but we all know out of character. No. This was always meant for Irina.
It's for you, baby girl.
It's always for you.
It's always for you.
Listen. I don't think Lottie's not even thinking about the dress. Lottie's thinking about the fact that Strahd knows more about Lottie than Lottie knows about Lottie, and that's kind of fucked.
Yep. Strahd knows everything about you guys. Yay!
Yeah.
This man knows about my wife that I don't even know about.
Yeah.
Damn, this bitch forgot everything. This is a soap opera in itself. Strahd reading your diary.
Okay. So,
Entertaining
guess-
reading.
Ara's gonna heal a D4 stress and then take a D6 of stress.
Okay.
Why are you healing anything if you're just gonna take it back?
Because so much happened. They've had so many emotions
So
in the
net
past half hour.
2 positive.
Cool. Yeah. However, reaffirmation of hey, we're here for you. We all care about you, bozo. Stupid.
Do you get healed for stress for being called a family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So cute.
When you're here, your family.
Yeah.
Olive Garden. Not sponsored.
Yeah. So yeah, the crying of catharsis from being called family. All that.
Yeah.
However, still, Ara is absolutely out of it, and will just allow themselves to be dressed up.
Yeah.
If people nudge them around.
Yeah, I feel like you were just in a very yapping conversation between Lottie and Irina at this point, with you in the center until Ismark is pushed from out of the screen from behind. Based on
Shall I
his
describe his outfit first?
Yes, you may. I was like, he's probably the easiest to get tailored and fitted to.
Absolutely the easiest. Yes.
Yeah.
Ismark's description is also, I think, the simplest.
the
Yay.
shortest. So Ismark here has been pushed out from behind the screen, sporting a deep blue velvet tailcoat with lame trim that's like a bright brass and matching epaulets over an unbuttoned powder blue waistcoat. The ruffles of the white shirt underneath peek through the front along with a simple ascot. Beneath the coat, he wears a pair of gray wool trousers tucked into shiny black over the knee boots. One might even say thigh-high. He's also given evening gloves, but decides to shove them into one of several pockets instead of wearing them. Shall I describe his mask as well, or later?
Later, I would say.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's Ismark's outfit.
Yeah, I feel like the
He looks
masks.
quite snazzy.
Yeah, the masks are gonna be handed out as you guys wait for your announcements, and then you'll put them on and come down the stairs.
Cool. So Ismark is shoved out from behind the screen looking like a Disney prince.
Yeah, he does.
A slightly scruffy Disney prince, however.
Kind of. Yeah, you can see that she tried to like gel his hair a little bit back, like slick it back, and he fought every single way, and he is just kind of tussling a hair, like his hand through his hair, just to get it back into its weird, stupid shape that it is. Oh,
Like a
no.
dog fighting a bat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he is very dog-coded, That's his mark for you. I'm gonna put the little.
Cool.
Hey, Lynx, what is that?
Yeah, so that critical fail or wisdom saving throw right there. That is alright. Setting eyes on Ismark in his snazzy outfit after all of the emotions they were just through, turning bright red and audibly saying, damn.
I hate you. Hate you
That's
so much.
That's it.
Does Ari just go run behind the screen at this point? Her turn?
I think it takes them several seconds after a critical failure of just staring at Ismark, and then yes, they realize, oh shit, I said that out loud, and they go flee.
Oh, sweet, sweet summer child. Oh, sweet, sweet summer princess. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Bless Ismark for having a 20 in passive perception. God, I love him. Because I feel like, yeah, he is definitely, like, shaking the gel out of his hair just to get it back. Like, Belle said, like a dog getting out of a bath.
God, they would have been more eloquent if it weren't a critical failure.
Yeah. And he looks over to you and then sees that you're staring at him, getting red in the face, and then running away before he could say, thanks? Very confused, very unsure.
Yeah, so that happens.
Yep. I'm gonna say everyone else saw that.
Oh, for sure.
It's fine. Lottie's busy in her own head.
Okay, Kat, you saw that, and Irene definitely saw that.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, exposing.
Whoopsie.
And it's up to you, Belle, if you want to say that you walked in at the same time.
I think that was right as Allegra walked in, and she like cuts a look at Irina like, I fucking told you that we were on the same page.
Irina gives you 2 thumbs up. But Ismark does come over to you, seeing that you've come back, and then give you, very similar to how Irina gave a pat to Are, we'll give you one on the back of your shoulder and go, you good?
I will be, yes.
You need anything?
Yes, if you don't mind a word.
Mhm.
In private, and she'll kind of step over to the balcony.
Sure, yeah, of course. And you see, he's mostly just fidgeting. He's gonna follow you, but he's mostly fidgeting with like untightening a little bit of the ascot, so it's not tight around his neck.
Yeah.
And he's like purposely
She-
making things a little bit looser for himself so it's
Yeah.
not choking.
She reaches over and intentionally fucks his hair up so that it goes back to the regular shape that it normally
Yeah.
is. Better?
In a very like friend way, you go to touch his hair and ruffle it, and he does go to like smack your hand away, like walk it away,
Uh-huh.
but then realize what you're doing, and he's like picks his hand, touches the back of his head, and he goes, "Yeah, no, thanks." She tried to gel it back.
Yeah, no, you never work with gel. It never looks. You always look better when it's messy. You have that look about you. So it's never good when you. It's, you know. I
Yeah,
used
I
to
know.
try and tell your mother, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I know. I look like a caveman. Whatever. Come on.
No, no. You look like a very rugged, handsome explorer. That's how I've always said it. Anyway, so I have come to a conclusion and a favor to ask. I helped you with your father. I need you to help me with mine. I have to kill you.
Yeah. Wow. You know what he said? You need. I helped you with my. You helped me with my father. I thought I was like, oh, let's go heal your father. Okay. Well, why? Are you sure? Are
I
you
believe he has
okay with
come-
that?
Am I okay with murdering my own father?
Yes.
No. Am I sure that he is a danger to the people of Krezk? Yes. Will it emotionally damage me to a point where I will once again be crying on top of a roof? Yes. However, I have come to the resolute conclusion that he is a danger, not just to Krezk, but to Barovia as a whole. And this is not anyone else's, well, Madam Ava, but I believe that if we are to keep the valley safe and he'll kind of cut a look over at Irina, your family safe, he must die.
I think he he is leaning on the back of the like guard railing to the balcony. Or the railing to the balcony, hands to the back, and he's kind of leaning backwards on it. And he goes, "Cool. So first business as burgomaster is killing a saint."
And she kind of purses her lips at the word saint. He's no saint.
I know, but that's how the
Where's
people
Lord
see
Saint?
him.
I am aware.
We saw Father Donovich as our father, our great, pastor and what have you, and you saw what he did.
Exactly. That was, unfortunately, the first thought toward this. I believe that he is much like Donovich was, a danger. If he wanted to. A small squabble between him, the old burgomasters, could have been stopped by his power. He is a solar, as the lady explained. But he did not lift a finger. No, he did lift a finger. He lifted two fingers to rip my fucking wings off. My point is that if he wanted to, he could have saved everyone that I struggled to save with a snap of his fingers. And he did. And he continues to do nothing except hide in that abbey where it has to not show that he is losing his power. The longer he stays on this plane, the more and more he loses. And I think it is affecting his mind. And thus I must send him back to the plane from which he originated. I have to kill him.
Give me a second. Ismark.
He is Mark.
Ismark, are you Ismart? Are you
Ismark is smart.
Ismark? Are you Ismark?
Ismark is smart.
I will give him advantage.
Damn, I rolled 2 critical failure
Woo!
wisdom saves in a row, and then Ismark comes in here with critical success in history. What?
Woo! He is smart. I think he is listening to your tale. And you can see, that he is acknowledging what you're saying, but he is thinking about the implications of what you just stated. And it's mostly towards the latter part. If we kill him, he will go back to his plane. Then Ismark scrunches his face and goes, he won't. That's the problem.
Yes, I know. Barovia will keep him.
The mist will keep him.
I am aware.
The problem is we don't know what the mist will do with power of an angel.
That I may. There are legends. So I have a question, DM.
Mhm.
You said eventually
Yeah.
Allegra will be able to become have no fear, style angel, like her father is.
Yes, there
Would Allegra kind of know that?
is a transformation that you could plead for that will let you basically reach a lower status than what your dad is.
But could she use killing her father to take that power to become that kind of angel, to keep that out of the mist's control?
It would be you...
Less than him, obviously.
Yes. It would also be you pleading. It would have to be like a contract thing, out of character.
Yeah.
We're talking about this right now. If
Yeah.
you do that, if you want to pitch that, you would have to let Mother Night allow you to do this.
Yeah. Which she's already resolute in doing.
Yes. So basically, mechanic-wise, how I would imagine,
Mm-hmm.
in the moment that you guys kill the dad, you kill the father, you kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Boogie woogie.
Hey, you're my dad.
Patricide.
Yeah, petricide,
Woohoo!
boogie woogie. You commit that. In the moment, you will free action, what have you, mechanically before his soul gets departed. You will call for Mother Night. She will take over your body.
Mm-hmm.
And she will take the soul for herself, which will be stuck in your body. And then we will have to come up with mechanics to make sure you know how stressful that is going to be to your body.
Yeah. Kind of the same way
Getting your wings back.
Getting the wings back were.
Oh god.
I believe I have a solution to that, actually. If I kill him, there's a way I can plead to Mother Night, and she can give me his power. It will not be quite as strong as him, but I will become more than I am.
Yeah, you would just have an intuition that you might not be you for a little bit.
Yeah, and that's kind of what she'll explain to Ismark.
You see that he has the resolute, he understands that you are stern about this, and this is not a conversation he can direct you away from it. You have set in stone. This is what you're going to do.
Yes.
And Ismark's known you since, I don't know, you guys were 8.
Yeah, little tiny children.
Yeah, 6 or 8. You saw Irina when she was 4, barely walking. Yeah. But he understands that, but you do see a look of worry and sorrow in his eyes. He's giving you the sad puppy dog look.
If you do not wish to come with me, you do not have to. But I will ask a different favor if you wish to stay.
You immediately get a punch in your arm. He's like, you idiot. Listen, you've already
Listen.
dragged. I know, but you've already dragged us all the way out here,
It's true. We
and
have.
we're
However,
obligated. You guys have already pitched that you're gonna go with RA, and there's no way.
yes.
There's no way in the nine hells that Irina or I are gonna let them do that too. And it'd also
Yes.
be very selfish if you guys just left us behind, after you promised you
That's
would help us
true.
out in
Of
Valaki,
course.
and now we're leaving Valaki. Rude.
So I have another request about Velaki specifically.
Hmm.
We need to kidnap my sister.
You can just ask your dad. Can she travel?
No, that is the point. I think she is in danger the longer she's around him and that living armor. Because it enters directly to him. She kind of gives him a look like, you see where I'm going with this? If he is a danger to Barovia as a whole, and he has this armor that can literally harm our friends by she doesn't know that because that's what she forgot. That is incredibly powerful because it can channel his power. We have to abscond with her.
Maybe we can see if someone, I don't know, maybe we could bargain with the count to see if they have like like a magic item to protect from detection just for your sister.
Yes.
There's spells that can do that. So if we do
I
take her, then he wouldn't be able to track her down, even if he does try to spy on you.
Exactly. I was actually going to offer something in return. And she kind of looks at the cut on her hand.
Uh-huh.
I am assuming that with all of the crying and this, she can smell the blood in the air.
If I can smell it, she can smell it.
That's my point. That is what I am to offer. Not all of it, obviously. That would be stupid. But I would assume Acer blood is potent and tasty. Or at least I would hope so.
Oh, my brain's so mean. Oh, Ismark. But he looks at you and he gives you a shrug and he's like, I don't know. I guess dog coded. I don't know. Give a shit.
Of course you're. Oh, I could say so many things.
I'm
I could
aware.
say
Why do you
so many things.
Why did you think I didn't tell you?
Oh, no, I get it. I understand that,
Yeah.
mm,
Sorry that Irina and
on
I.
your next,
Uh-huh.
no, on your next birthday, I'm buying you a choker.
I think Ismark is contemplating throwing you off the railing.
I mean, Allegra can fly. It's fine.
I don't know. I feel like you're you could just do an opposed athletics check. Ismark's gonna
Yeah.
grapple you.
Oh, wonderful. No, she'll literally let him throw her off.
Yeah.
She just starts flying as she gets thrown off the railing. See, I can fly. You can't do that anymore. My wings are stronger than they used to be. She sticks out her tongue at him.
I know spells that can just bring you back to the earth. Don't make me.
Don't do that. That's mean.
And giving me a choke collar is mean.
I mean, not the kind that, like, sticks into your neck. That would be terrible.
Allegra, no. This is why we didn't tell.
Just a pretty little lace piece.
This was half the reason why we didn't tell you.
I am aware.
The other half is we can't. You are Blabbermouth. Not really, but it's like
No,
I
I
didn't-
would have kept that secret.
I know. I mean it in the sense of like we haven't seen each other, and the last time I was this, I wasn't this. This was recent,
You
or
had explained
recent in the
that,
couple of years. It's been a couple of years since I last saw you,
yes.
asshole.
You know, it would be unbecoming of me to call you a bitch.
All right, you're
But-
getting thrown off the railing again. And I feel like Kat, Lottie, and Irina could just see, and Beth by proxy could just see Allegra just kind
Allegra
of.
once again dipped off the ring.
It's a good thing Ari's getting dressed.
Oh my
I
god,
think
your
Lottie's
boyfriend
just-
and your girlfriend are fighting. What are you to do?
Well, I was
Kiss
just
'em
like watching. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Don't worry,
uh,
everything is fine. This is just me teasing this. And here she flies just out of arm's reach. Beach.
I think Lottie is quietly writing all of this down.
Insult stop, Ismark, bitch.
Insult Ismark keeps throwing Ismark off.
If you
Keep throwing Allegra off, yeah?
Yeah, keeps throwing Allegra off. What? Help.
Hey, Wendy, what would you do in this situation?
Hmm.
Throw him. Oh, that was a nicer throw
Ew.
that he did. The first one was like a weak
Oh,
ass
Lord.
throw. This one's
Oh
like
yeah,
a
no,
good
she
throw.
like flies off a little bit more. Okay. I'm getting queasy. I'm landing and I won't call you a bitch again.
We have
She lands.
steel rods. We don't.
I think you do get the like little bit of lycanthropy out of him when he says that, because like you are progressively making him not angry but annoyed. But he calms down and he goes, "Thank you."
She will just quietly go, the fangs do look good on you though.
Yeah, whatever.
Jesus Christ. You know, we've thought about slow burn. We haven't thought about the world's slowest burn.
What? What's slowest burn? Ismark and Allegra? No.
What?
What?
I thought you said slowest bird, and I was like, owls are nature's slowest bird.
They
Yes, we are.
That is why in a race, RA will always outspeed you,
Yep.
outfly you. I love how you kept
Yeah.
going very going like, I could chase you. And I was like, RA will.
Oh
Lose
yeah,
track of
way
you.
outpace. Way
Ari has
outpace Allegra.
100 feet
Yeah.
of fly speed and is much more maneuverable.
Plus being
Yeah,
a
Allegra.
rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So RA could move 300 feet in a round.
Hypothetically.
No, it would be 250 because you half your speed. Speed
Still.
dash, bonus action. Dash.
So that at that point it would be 1 second. Oh wait, no. Okay. I thought it was detect good and evil, but it's protection from good and evil. Okay.
I mean, that's still like a good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But it would be more finding RA with that spell.
Alright, is technically lawful good.
Yeah, exactly. So
you-
detect good and evil.
You grab Irina, and Irina's like piggyback, or you're just holding Irina, and she can cast Locate Creature.
Yes, absolutely.
She will be out of it though after you find RA because that will. She gets a fun part where she can kind of overcast for free.
Yeah.
Based on her super secret backstory, which we all know of. Who she
Yeah,
is.
of course.
Yeah.
But Ari's
Super
not
open
going
secret.
anywhere. Ari's right there getting dressed. They're putting their pants on.
All right. Do you want to describe? We're gonna try to get the descriptions of everyone's outfits done, and then we'll end the
Alright.
session.
Sure, yeah. So after Ismark and Allegra are done yeeting one another off of things and just being general jerks to one another.
To an
In a
outside's
fun way.
perspective, they are jerks. they're bullying each other to them and probably Irina, that's
It's
just that's flirting, and it's like friend love in a sense.
Yeah, exactly.
They've done this since they were 8.
Mm-hmm. When they're done with that and come back in, I think Ari probably also wouldn't take exorbitantly long to get dressed, because Ari was not given a gown or anything fancy like that. Ari was given a rather masculine formal outfit with a dusty fern green double-breasted cutaway tailcoat with pale gold lapels. And the jacket and white ruffled shirt beneath both have motifs of feathers and wings embroidered throughout. A vented sage green cape hangs from a bright yellow baldric that matches the cummerbund they wear over a simple pair of buckskin breeches. And their whole look is topped off with Hessian boots and kid gloves, as well as a long black ribbon tying their hair out of the face, which has been made up quite skillfully, I imagine, with the help of Gertruda was her name,
Yes.
and probably also Kat.
And your makeup was
Because-
redone too as well.
Yeah,
By
their
Kat
makeup
and
needed
Gertruda.
help. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think
so
that is
alright, that's
when-
rather dashing.
I think that is when Allegra will step in and let her wings be cleaned and things of that nature. Because flying does in fact dirty the wings.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah. So Ari's over there dashing as another Disney prince, sort of. They're all fancy. We're all fancy.
Yeah, what are with these
Yeah.
hopeless idiots and rolling really low on their wisdom saves?
In a room together.
In a room together. Ismark rolled a 5. I want to let you know that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, with my passive perception of 17.
He is checking you
Doing-
out. Absolutely.
Damn.
He doesn't
Cool.
verbalize say damn, but I think Allegra, you could see that he's checking out RA. Because you're just like right next to him.
Allegra, as she passes, will like nudge him and go, compliment them.
So you're gonna say you're staring. I was ready to bite
Nah.
back like a fuck you.
Nah, she is, like, say something. Don't just stare.
I don't know. I feel like Ismark panics a little bit, and he does try to give like a genuine smile, in stating that the green looks really nice on you.
Okay. I can take this one of two ways. I can take this one of two directions.
Okay.
Which way do I go?
Oh, no.
Do I go the funny one? Or the less fun one?
I hate this.
Fun for me. I
You
like
gotta-
fun for me.
After Allegra has told you this information,
Mm-hmm.
what do you do?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. So yeah, I think RA sees Ismark looking them up and down just a little bit. Tries to ignore that.
Mhm.
You know, maybe he's just looking at my ass in a friend way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, how girls
and then
check each other out sometimes.
yeah,
In not a queer
maybe-
way.
Yeah. And then he approaches and he says, "The green looks good on you." RA definitely instantly turns bright red.
Mhm.
And starts stammering a little bit, and eventually rubs two brain cells together enough to come out with, "I always wear green."
Yep. You've
And
caught
just
him.
stares at him.
These are two flubbering idiots looking at each other. He's like, not this shade in particular. I mean, like, the whole outfit really complements your complexion and your eyes really well. I'm gonna go bother Irina. Allegra, I think it's your turn. Bye. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, Allegra, who had already stepped behind the curtain, is just like getting more chain added to like her wings and getting the wings preened and then the makeup done. And then she steps out and goes, "Way to blow it."
As-
Word.
Alright, doesn't look like they got blown. Alright, looks like their face is bright red and
Cat?
still red.
Cat, who's waiting, goes, I don't know, I think that went very well.
Yes, I believe so too.
Alright, EXE has crashed.
I was like, I mean, you got more compliments out of him blubbering around.
Yeah. So I think after like 5 solid minutes of standing there, Ari just kind of like looks down at their outfit and then says to themselves, "My eyes?"
You do look incredibly handsome.
I have to concur.
Thank you.
Oh, please, you have to be used to it by now, Are.
I am not.
Well, you'd better learn to be. You're going to be spending a lot of time with us in the future.
Listen,
That is
Lottie,
true.
Lottie's the only one in here not like outwardly flirting with
I
RA.
I think at that point, Allegro kind of turned to Kat and go, "Can't wait to see how beautiful you look in your dress."
Cat does not have blood flow, so doesn't blush. But you do see, as the attention gets shifted to her, her eyebrows kind of raise a little bit, and she nods and says, "We'll just have to wait and see, won't we?"
Absolutely, we will. I hope I can share a dance with you on the floor.
Oh, I have many dance partners in mind tonight.
Save
I
a
think
slot
it-
for me?
Oh, of course.
At like
Phenomenal.
Summit.
Continue.
Sorry, Jess, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I was gonna let it end right there. No, I think it's like at the mention of like having well, it feels silly now.
No,
do
say
it, do it,
Silly
do it,
now.
do it,
Do
do it.
BK do crime.
I stab you.
Oh.
I mean that's a crime, so.
Lynx, not
True.
RA.
Yeah, no, Ari is busy crouching in the corner with their face in their hands, burning up.
Yeah, you do get like Kat does get like a look between Lottie pacing and writing stuff down before it's right back to writing and pacing.
Cat will look at Lottie and say, "You can come out and say it.
Say what?
I would love to have a dance with you tonight."
She smiles. Look at the work. Sick, I don't need that hit, thank you. Her flabbers are gasted. She's just chilling though, like, she's learned if you stay in your own camp and mind your own business, you're fine, probably. You are on her, I think she'll walk over to you. It's like, flip, through her pages and just like, there's like a page which says dance list, and she points to it, like specifically your name. It's like, smiles at you in a very dorky way.
She will look and say, "Could I see your quill?"
Yeah, I guess. Here.
And Kat will circle her own name a bunch of times and then hand the quill back to you.
If she could blush, she would.
The problem we both have.
I feel like, the undead can probably pick up when various other undead are flustered.
It's very funny, because for Kat, it's just a being dead issue, but for Lottie, it's a being dead issue and a complexion issue.
Yeah. This bitch changes. This bitch is a fucking chameleon. I think she's.
I
Is
think
Kat sitting in or standing?
here, teacher, I have a
Yeah.
suggestion.
Shoot.
Since you're
Shoot.
eladrin coated, you could have things sprout in your hair.
Oh, it is summer.
Wait, that's so cute. Yes.
God, it's what? I can't remember what the summer flowers were. Summer's the one season I haven't drawn yet. It's like just as Lottie's like flustered and it's like, yeah, okay, and it's just like as she's walking over, there's like flowers blooming between various probably an updo to keep all the hair off. What have you. She's very normal. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, of course.
Yep. But no, Lottie is just between pacing, just thinking about it. But I don't have any particular scenes. I'm good.
Lynx, do you want to describe everyone else's outfits?
I can't absolutely do so.
Yay!
Lottie's probably dressed now, so let's start there. Okay.
Shit, I forgot to unload everything else.
Are you unloading your outfit?
No.
Rendering your outfit.
No, I'm doing something else in the background.
Well, focus, because now it's time for Lottie to be fancy. Because Lottie, actually, what kind of flowers are in her hair right now?
Fuck, I can't remember what summer is.
Yeah, I designed this a while back based on spring.
Yeah, I think the poppies, the namesake is not lost on me.
I think you did say
there's
poppies.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one I designed has bleeding heart flowers.
That's spring.
Uh-huh.
You could do peonies. You could do
Oh my God,
daffodils. You could do morning glories,
Oh my God,
which are
peonies
all
back?
around.
Ooh,
Barovia.
the like offset of because Allegra's gonna put evening glories in her own hair.
That'd be cute.
You're
That
already
would be cute as fuck.
but you're sprouting morning glories.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the image of morning glories popping up in the back of her hair. That's cute. Wait, where am I going? Who
Okay.
are you?
All right. So, Lottie, regardless of the season, is wearing an airy pink gown covered in both real and embroidered flowers that absolutely screams princess. You know, it's got that low basque waist and off the shoulder lacy frills that gather into puffs on like her tight slash sleeves. And she has embroidered peonies and I believe cherry blossoms and morning glories now embroidered into the cloth. And there's several layers, one of which is a chiffon. So it's very diaphanous and, again, just so princess coated. And that is what Lottie's wearing.
Yeah.
And we already know what Allegra's wearing, so let's do that one next. Let's see. Question though, is Allegra still wearing her thigh holster?
Oh yeah, thigh holster. Only 3 stakes, but because she kind of gave the rest of them to Ari, but she never goes without one, without at least a few.
Okay, all right. So Allegra is still wearing her sleek black satin evening gown with a high collar that flows into a keyhole neckline with a high slit over one thigh that is intentionally exposing her garter holster for wooden stakes.
Silver.
Yeah, for stakes of some sort. Stakes for murdering vampires, which is great to wear in a vampire place. Anyway. She has accessorized with chainmail accessories, a little sort of skirt sort of deal. That's also like, it's like a belt. It's like an overskirt. It's very pretty. And she has these little shoulder epaulets that have dangling chains from either side. And now her wings are also ornamented with chains. I didn't draw that, however. That is still there. And she has accessorized with some black satin gloves to match her fancy dress and some heels.
And she has slipped evening glories into her hair from her
Mhm.
collection of them.
Okay. Shall I do Kat or Irina next?
I would do
How about
Kat, Beth, and then Irina. Or we can end on Beth.
You decide when you want Irina's spiel to be read.
Irina will be last then.
Okay,
Let's
great.
do
All
Kat.
right. Yeah, Kat. So Kat gets all dolled up and dons a dark double cat bodice trimmed with burgundy and brass brocatelle with a yarrow leaf motif. Her blouse has a wine red ascot and gathered poet sleeves that match the long drapes that run from the wrist to her shoulders. And she has a floaty skirt with panels of black, red, and gray diaphanous fabric again. And she wears black silk gloves, and her hair is wrapped up elegantly with feathers and pearls that match Percival.
Oh.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
One, I want you to send me that description.
Mhm.
Two, there's a very fun irony to this, which
Uh-huh.
is I, Celeste, the real life person, have a tattoo that is a wolf skull and a hemlock and yarrow flower.
Uh-huh.
So it's very funny that you picked motif of yarrow specifically because I
Mhm.
have a lot of personal attachment to that flower.
It's like one of the most common like healing plants, and it's very cute and
Exactly.
small little flowers.
To get into it briefly, the philosophy behind my tattoo is yarrow and hemlock are both very similar looking plants, but yarrow is a medicinal herb and hemlock is of course a very potent poison. And it's supposed to represent the duality in witchcraft, like blessing and cursing and healing and hexing and so on and so forth. So
Mhm,
this is
mhm.
just really cool to me personally. So thank you.
I'm so glad. Okay, Beth next.
Yes.
All right. I will. Let's see. I'll send this to the chat after I read it, so that Creepy can read it later.
Mhm.
However, Beth is wearing a black beaded silk mantle over her shoulders and a pair of white two-button thread gloves. Her girlish, ruffly dress is also black and is gathered with a Swiss waist trimmed in velvet. She wears some white pantalettes and stockings, both trimmed with lace, just peeking out below the hem of her tea-length dress. And they contrast her black satin waltz slippers with double bows that match the one worn in her neatly curled hair.
Gorgeous, gorgeous girl.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
All
Yeah, so
right.
she's wearing a cute little girl outfit. Little girl fit. It's cute.
Cute little girl fit.
Yeah.
All right. Time for the nightmare.
So now we come to Irina. Irina was wrestled into a grand confection of damask, imperial brocade, chiffon, silk, velvet, and even some ethereal feeling fabric that looks like a sparkling waterfall woven into cloth. It has no known name because it was invented for this dress. Expensive trim of pearl and needle lace drowned in silver and gold threads adorns every edge of the massive skirt with a trailing train embroidered with gold and black roses. And the enormous puff sleeves that adorn her shoulders end in long bell shapes that trail excessively into the sheer fabric of the skirt. So much so that it is nearly lost in the ornate peplum that it has. The plunging, heart-shaped neckline is barely made modest by a fine spider silk fichu that's artfully pinned out of the way of a gaudy gold necklace with at least a dozen hefty gemstones, many more of which shine from the depths of her, I believe, light lilac curls now, alongside the flowers that Beth put there. And a gravity-defying fanned bustle stands atop the back of the skirt like a set of sheer wings, clearly only held up by magic, because otherwise they would just collapse and not be possible. And the entire excessively ornate ensemble is completed by a pair of lavender 3-button silk net musketeer gloves that were stored in such a heavily perfumed box that their scent can be detected all the way from the very edge of the voluminous skirts. All in all, it is a ruffly monstrosity that is excessively ornamented with gold and every expensive thing under the sun. The end.
The end. Yep. Irina's in a nightmare of an outfit.
Mm-hmm.
But you basically have to leave room for Jesus in this room because of Irina. She takes up pretty much a good portion of the room.
Yeah, it's very rococo. The skirt could probably fit like the entire party if they crouched underneath.
Yeah. Yeah, where did everyone go? Oh, under.
Just don't check Irina.
Don't check
It's
her.
fine.
You can hide under Irina in emergency.
In case of emergency during the dance, if you want to snoop on Strahd talking to Irina, hide under her skirt. Nothing bad will happen. And for Percival's sake, Percival is just he's donned out in a cute little bow tie in like fashion collar to wear around him in his he is very much brushed and his wings are a little bit preened. So he is a dashing little gentleman. With a little bow tie that's got like a little gemstone in it. Just to match Cat. It's like a little red gemstone. But you guys are kind of met there awkwardly standing in your various states of array. Gertruda comes over and excitedly offers you each a couple of boxes to like look through, like sift through for different kinds of masks to put on for the ball. And she explains how this is supposed to be a masquerade, albeit none of these are like full covering kind of masks. So like your...
Shall I describe the masks?
Yeah, you want to.
Sure, yeah. Let's start in alphabetical order, but save Irina for last.
Okay.
Again. So Allegra is handed a Columbina-style mask, adorned with gold and crystal and white velvet that depicts a crescent moon and stars. Very simple, very straightforward, very elegant. Ari is given a domino mask covered in fine feathers and gold leaf that depicts some sort of feathered creature. It's intended to be an owl, but could be read any number of ways because it is also green. Let's see. Beth is given a almost porcelain-looking eye mask of a black and white cat. With different splotches of the colors throughout, and each portion of color is bordered by gold swirls. Ismark is given a mask that's designed to be a wolf, in shades of gray with hints of gold. Which I bet he's thrilled about.
But it matches your outfit. Yeah, that's what they all say.
Yeah, it's his outfit, definitely. Nothing else.
Yeah, it's not like I designed it that way. Ahaha. Anyway. Cat's mask is also of a cat. Ahaha. Ha, you get it? Anyway.
Very on the nose, but I like it.
It's distinct from Beth's mask, though, as it's a near enough imitation of her familiar to be recognizable, especially when combined with all the feathers in her hair. Lottie is wearing an elegant rabbit mask that has 2 gigantic swirls that rise above her head to represent its ears at attention, inquisitive, and it is interwoven with the morning glories.
Yes.
Let's see. And now we come to Irina. Irina's mask is crafted from lacy swirls of exquisitely thin gold wire. like leafy vines trailing across her brow and cheekbones. It does very little to cover her face.
I do like the idea that like Ismark is just looking at Cat, who's been handed a cat or like a cat mask, and then he points to his wolf mask, and then mouths, "Really? We're one and the same."
Cat will smile and say, "The mortifying ordeal of being known."
One could say that.
I mostly jest, but someone here seems to be taking it personally.
I was given a bird mask.
I just keep side-eyeing Ismark.
Mine is a bit garish.
I don't know why, Lynx, but the way you said I was handed a bird mask sounds like the Charlie Brown skit where it's like, I just got a rock.
I just got a rock.
How they feel.
Yeah.
I got a rock.
Ismark complaining about his cat's just going like, yeah, we were known, and then Ari in the corner going, well, I got a bird mask.
Yeah. Anyway.
We've all been typecast.
Allegra says she thinks hers is garish. Has she put it on?
Yeah, she's wearing it.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool. Yeah, Ari looks at Allegra appraisingly and then says, I don't think it looks garish. I think it looks incredible.
Well, thank you.
And much to that point, while our visages, and she holds up her mask, might be rather on the nose, it cannot still be said that we don't all look very good.
Oh, yes. No, we are a very pretty group.
What do I have?
I mean, it sparkles like your freckles. And they just
You
shrug.
noticed her freckles?
They're on her face.
You're looking at her face. And Cass is
Allegra.
being like really in her face about it.
Allegra, who is very glad that her face is covered, forgets that when she blushes, her entire body glows.
Of course I'm looking at her face. I mean, that's what you do when you talk to people.
Allegra,
Mm-hmm.
you've got a little something right there. And I'll just motion to her general body.
You are glowing a lot. Are you still mad?
Isn't she
No,
absolutely glowing?
there is a different glow for anger and the emotion I am feeling now. The anger glow is darker, I believe.
And you would describe yourself now as...
Listen, beautiful, you need to stop trying to get me to admit that I am in the state of mind that I am now.
I think you just hear Ismark from a distance just going, she's blushing.
Shut the fuck up.
Are you?
It's not my fault that we all look so good tonight.
No, you are correct, Katarina. You look absolutely stunning, as does Ore. And Lottie, if I must say, you look gorgeous.
Thanks.
Okay. We all look drop dead gorgeous. Shall we move on?
I
Yes.
think the
Yes,
door
please.
the door gets knocked off, right?
Saved
Yeah.
by
No.
saved by Leaf.
No, it's not saved by Leaf, it's saved by Escher. Escher walks in and just goes, listen, girls, you're all
Oh.
gorgeous here. Are we ready?
Oh. Yes, absolutely. Please.
All right.
Allegra
seems upset.
still glowing.
I really want him to go, ladies, please, you're all gorgeous here. Come on.
I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go. Go. Where am I going?
Yeah.
Ari's glaring at Escher like, I'm allowed to call them that. They're allowed to call each other that. You're not allowed to say that, jerk.
1, 2, 3. I got.
You just get a tongue stick down at you from him.
I
Like a
think at that point,
little
Ari will
cheeky.
go up to him and ask, may I have the honor of escorting you to the ball?
Unlike Ismark, who is a grumpy puppy at all times, this is bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, excited, and kind of like loops, or like What am I thinking of? Has an
Link's
arm
arms?
out. Yeah, has an arm out to Link to like loop it with yours, but doesn't like
Mhm.
go with the action. Is waiting for you to loop it with him.
Uh-huh. Indicating that he intends to take the lead.
No, more of like
Okay,
just just to continue walking.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right, looks grumpy. They take his
Whoa.
arm and like all but shove him around. They start walking.
Yeah. And you just everyone hears very loudly. It's like, oh, I would love to take you out on the or you to take me out to the dance floor, whatever what works.
I'll take you out all right.
I love this one, feisty. Let's go.
Jesus
Actually, no, we
Christ.
actually have to. We are conjoining. We are meeting with the others. I was supposed to grab you. I got distracted, but absolutely, we are dancing first. And you guys are taken out of the room. Gertrude thanks you all and hopes you have a fun time at the ball. She'll be down there eventually.
You guys get taken out.
Once she can
Okay.
clean it out. So I feel like whoever's last has to help Irina get out of the room.
Oh,
Allegra
poor
will
Irina.
help.
Yeah, I feel like Irina and Ismark, or Allegra and Ismark are helping Irina get through the door. And then you hear Escher turn back and he's like, oh, I got this, darling. And he claps his hands and the door gets bigger and you kind of just push her through the door.
You couldn't have done that from the beginning?
I didn't know she was that big.
Do you see this dress?
I wasn't.
This-
You look stunning, darling. Wish it was me. Honestly, imagine being
How
in that
about
outfit.
we walk faster?
Yeah. You guys are taken out, and led into basically, through a door, a set of doors that is like a little tiny waiting room, and behind like a very like large ornate, double doors, you hear the sound of, music being played, and distant chatter. In the distance, especially with the high perception people, you guys can hear like the sound of like people mingling but not dancing yet, but the sound is starting up. And I'll describe their outfits next session. But like Ludmilla, Anastasia, Valenta, and Escher are in the room. And eventually Strahd walks out, now in a very masculine presenting outfit or form. As they're appearing in front of the public for the first time in XYZ amount of years. And is like fixing the cuffs on their wrist and looking down at all of you, still freakishly tall in height, and says, all right, everyone get into your places, pick your partner, do whatever you want, and we shall start the ball. And that is where I am going to end the session. Otherwise, Lyra will yell at us and go, you played 2 more hours without me? It was all flirting, I promise. Creepy, if
It
you're
was
watching the
almost all
VOD, it
flirting.
was all flirting. It always happens every time you leave. Everyone starts flirting with each other.
Beth needs to flirt with everyone on Beth's time. Everyone needs to flirt with Beth. When Beth gets back.
every time Beth leaves, or Creepy leaves, and we're like, yeah, we're just gonna do this one scene, and then it turns into a flirting scene, which takes up another hour or two.
Always does.
Somehow
How does this
I
keep
always
happening?
I always know the moment Creepy leaves, I'm just like, all right, it's flirting time.
Maybe it's just because we've reached silly hours of the evening.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I would like to thank everyone who is watching on YouTube. For us, I
For
might
putting
clip.
up with this gay bullshit.
Yeah, I'm gonna clip a bunch of things, and then hopefully next time we will stream this once I figure out my stream stuff. Otherwise, I might just ask Cel to stream on her computer on my behalf. We'll figure it out. But thank you. Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Good night.
you